What is going on, YouTube? Happy New Year's to everybody. Happy New Year's. All right, so yesterday I recorded a video early, and I think that's gonna probably be my plan for news videos, because I want to get that news video and my perspective on what's going on as fast as possible. And then I took a nap today. Well, actually preparing for work tomorrow. I actually stayed up last night. I was watching a show last night on Amazon Prime, so that was fun. I pretty much just stayed up as long as I could, and then I went back to sleep, and then now I'm refreshed. I just ate a delicious meal and I'm ready to go. All right, let's do we're probably gonna do some guild battles. We're gonna do some duels, and we'll see if we do some arena, because right now I don't know if I'm really interested in doing arena, but I definitely want to farm up some recipes. I do want to farm up some recipes. Maybe we can do some Shiva, but let's go ahead and get some things out of the way here. Let's do some New Year's gift quest while we wait for people to kind of trickle in for the chat. Hope you guys are having a great day. You know, first day of the year. Sometimes it might be always like the tough one, you know, because you're kind of like, usually like years that are good, people like think about the stuff that they just, all the good stuff that they had. But right now it's like, Happy New Year's, Suki. Happy New Year's. But I think 2020 is a year that a lot of us probably really want to forget about, you know. It was just you know, overall not a great year, I think, given the fact that the human species was being threatened. And any time when that happens, you know, we unite, right? You know, forget all about the fighting and the stuff like that. We kind of unite against the common enemy, which would be obviously a virus. And it affected me in many ways, right? It affected me because one of my family members, you know, unfortunately was affected, and you know, did not see to 2021. And you know, it did affect me, and I have friends, really close friends, losing family members as well to the virus attack. So you know, it did hit home. But I think in terms of other things, we were also affected because we really wanted to travel, and you know, that put a damper in the whole situation, right? So, but it is what it is. Happy New Year's, Black. How you doing? So right now we're hoping, like, my fiance got the oh my god, what's it called? The shot, and she's due for another shot soon. I still haven't received mine yet, so hopefully I'll get mine soon. And maybe the rest of the world will start opening up maybe by, I would predict, middle of this year, maybe around June. And oh really? Yeah, one of my friends' office completely affected by the virus. So the vaccine, really honestly, we need to get that out to the public. And from what I've been reading and watching, keeping up with the updates, there hasn't really been a lot of side effects with the Pfizer one, so I think that's good. We need to get, I think the majority of the public though are probably going to be getting the Moderna one, or Moderna, whatever you want to call it. So I'm still in line to get the shot. I work tomorrow, so I get to check my status of that, where I am in terms of being in line. We unfortunately didn't get too many shots, and honestly I think I'm okay with it, because I would like to wait a little bit to see if people are like having effects and things like that, right? It's kind of weird. I work in the healthcare field, but I'm not a huge fan of getting shots and things like that. But I'm just finishing up a little bit of farming. I set my team to auto farm last night or this morning to farm for the Lacerna jacket, but unfortunately, doink, I forgot to turn off the triggering Whimsy shop, so I actually only expended like 300 energy. Now I think right now I'm at a solid 4 recipes, boys and girls. 4. A solid 4 of them. So I got a long ways to go, but I'm almost done with the healing mace. I've been just kind of like relaxing, you know, I don't need to farm multiple copies. I know I should, but you know, I'm quite content where I am in this game. You know, my guild, actually, I'll show you soon here, we reached another goal, another short-term goal as a guild, and we're very proud of that. But personally, I'm just gonna keep going at the rate that I'm going, and I don't personally feel like I need to, you know, buckle down and do more than I need to do per se, because I think, you know, for the most part, if I pick the right teams to attack in Guild Wars, generally speaking, I can see good results. But usually I have the most trouble when like the rest of the guild has beaten a bunch of players and there's only like a few teams left. They're probably like the hardest team left, you know. And I think honestly, like the hardcore way to play Guild Wars is to really like buckle down and tell members of your guild to build specific teams, right? You want to kind of diversify that way, but we're not that hardcore. So yeah, Black, I made a video about it already. I think personally, after speaking to some Unguildies and some of the people in the public, I think we come to the conclusion that Healing Mace is a little bit easier to max out. I don't know if it's necessarily better, because if you max out the Platinum Mace, you will get more magical attack power, but most people cannot max it out because for some weird reason, Square and Gumi do not like us to max out Platinum Mace. But if you're one of the lucky few who has maxed out the Platinum Mace, magical power wise is better, but you do lose 8 accuracy in comparison to the Healing Mace. And I think that's pretty much it, right? Because magical power, I think the max is around 150 for Healing Mace. So that's pretty good, I think. Because right now I'm rocking 120s. And I think if I had another 50 boost in magical attack power, yeah, I'd probably do some good damage, but I think I'm better off. I'm actually probably better off maxing the vision cards to get the extra boost in terms of magical attack power. So I'm not exactly sure what the turnout for tonight is going to be, because I think a lot of people are streaming because it's New Year's Day. So a lot of people are probably streaming. We'll see what happens. If there's not a huge big turnout, I'll probably just shut it off early. But generally speaking, I noticed that folks don't join my stream till like later anyways. You know, we don't hit like a peak till like maybe like 9:30 or 10 p.m. So, but I've been trying not to push back my stream time because some of the folks in America, generally speaking, don't stay up super late, I suppose. I don't know why. If we're all gamers, for the most part, we're probably all staying up pretty late, but we'll see. Let's do a Guild Wars. So, congratulations to us. We have hit Diamond 1, and it's been a pretty long climb. It's been probably, what, a few months? And we're at 30 full members now. So, I think I'm gonna just do some Guild Wars. Usually that's my routine. I do Guild Wars, I do some arena action, and it's really hot in this room. That's one thing about Florida. Like, I love Florida when it's really nice and cool. Probably about one or two times per month we get that. And for some reason, this year's been very hot. So let's take a look at my team though. We got one of our co-guild leaders. He's still got 1 attack left. The other co-leader has an attack left. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you, Black. So we have 7 members that haven't attacked. Generally speaking, I don't really attack anybody until literally like 30 minutes before the Guild Wars end. I usually like to just pick up scraps. So we're down to only a few people left here. I don't know if I really want to hit that guy. So here's how I look at it. First thing I look at is their rank. Because lower rank does not equate to non-whales, but higher rank 100% equate to whales, right? So guaranteed high ranking players are going to be whales. So this guy, the only way you can hit 138 is if you spend tons and tons of busy orbs, right? You have to buy them. So in this case, this is going to be a guy who probably has the best vision cards, the best armor, and things like that. Now, one thing I don't understand about this game is this. If me and another person have the same vision cards, the same everything's the same, I don't know why sometimes I get blown out. You know what I mean? Like, all my stuff is pretty maxed. So I think it has to do with the fact that you have to be perfectly matched against your opponent, right? And it really boils down to tweaking your skills, like fine tune your skills. That's why a mock battle is so important. So I don't think I want to attack this guy because we still got some other guys. Maybe I'll expose him if I get a defeat and I only have like one unit left. This person is exposed. We can check them out. Looks like they're using Odin card. That's gonna be max. They're using this card. They're using the water. So they got some slash resistance. They got... You look at this team and you would think, that shouldn't be too hard to fight, right? Musashi. Cool name, by the way, Musashi. This one's going to be a lot of casters. That's the second thing I look at, is total attack and total magic. I think sometimes we lose because the game wants you to lose so that you spend money in the game. You know what, Perpetual? Welcome to the stream, by the way. I don't recognize your name, so I think you're new. So welcome. I think I agree 100% because one thing I've learned is as soon as you click on the selector, like a defense, the game automatically already figured out if you won or lost. You know how I know? When I run my, my free-to-play account, okay, and my fiance is next to me, we tested this. I would log in to do an attack, and while it says load screen, and right when it says start, she checks the star level to see how many stars I've gained from that fight. And guess what? It's instant. I know this sounds crazy to people out there. Again, I'm maybe stirring the little nest, hornet's nest kind of thing, but it's literally instant. As soon as I click this and I hit commence, it automatically knows exactly what happens. I don't want to say it's a conspiracy theory, but it automatically generates how well you did. Like the game already just does it for you instantly. And it's just, we get to witness the fight, you know, as it plays out. Another reason how I knew was sometimes my game crashes and I will quickly reload and boom, as soon as I log back in, which clearly the battle should take a lot longer than the time you reload or reboot, it already indicated if I won or lost. So exactly, the skip button proves it, you're right. So I don't know if it's designed that way for certain people to lose because they want to keep track of how much you spend or things like that. I don't know. It's essentially guessing from our end, but we are not stupid. Most human beings who play video games, generally speaking, have enough intelligence to figure things out, especially these type of games, right? And so it's natural for us to kind of make assessments and judgments. So yes, exactly. So, you know, I never wanted to make a video showcasing to the community because, like I said, that can just really stirs up the hornet's nest, and I don't really like to do that. I tend to like to hope that I'm relying on my skills when I build my team and vision cards and things like that. But you never really know, right? You can just guess. And if okay, so first of all, I look at the player ranking, and then I look at their total attack power. You can obviously guess, right? They're obviously running 2 casters. Most likely they're running one of the arithmeticians, maybe a Howlet. And then you obviously these are all using Homegirl here. This is the kind of the theme. My team right here most likely will not do too well against these teams because of the fact that I have to kill the tank either really fast or their defensive units, their other 2 units are going to be units that generally are hard hitters. In this case, it's going to be 1 caster, 1 damage, most likely 2 damage, 2 damage, and then of course 2 casters. So the strategy that our guild likes to employ is we would like to attack members that are already exposed, right? Because clearly we can check a lot of different things. For example, I'm thinking about maybe targeting this because with this team, she can still heal multiple times and get these units healed back. So essentially you're fighting a full healing team, right? That's pretty much what it is. So I would like to check out Musashi first and look at her abilities. What have they used in the last fight? So they used 2 cures. They used their theorem. And they use their Luna nerf. I'm sure she has the bell, right? So she probably used the bell. Judgment blades are used. So she still has her Norwegian strikes. Cantis and Do revitalize. They're all used. So this team essentially is pretty gimped, right? They're not going to be able to build enough APs fast enough. And she probably used a lot of stuff to kill. So here you go. 2 sharpshoots. Firing stance, 1 dual trigger. She still has her sadistic dance. But chances are they probably turned this off. Status ailments. This is going to take a while for her to build. So I think it's safe for me to attack this team and most likely get a win out of this, right? So let's go ahead and attack it. What do we have to lose? If we lose, then we're not very good to begin with, right? Let's just hit it and see what happens. Happy New Year's, Alpha. I'm doing some Guild Wars right now. You know me, man. I love to do Guild Wars on Friday streaming. I wish Vision Card served more as an AI tweak rather than that stat adjustments. For example, adding offensive Vision Card tank will make it more. I think that makes sense. I agree with you, Perpetual. That would be a nice wishful thinking. And by the way, my video tomorrow is going to be my wish list for 2021. Give you guys a sneak peek. What my wish list is for this game starting the New Year's, right? 2021. We know anniversary is coming up in March, but what I personally would like to see, in conjunction to what Hiroki has stated himself, right? He's stating that he wishes for certain things to happen in this game on global, and I hope it goes that way, you know? Taunting Blade, I need to get a heal or else I'm dead. Am I dead here? Am I just dead? No, I get a heal off, right? So I get a heal. So their Agrias is super tanky. Okay, I gotta stop, but my guy is doing literally like no damage to her though. This is gonna be a long drawn out fight. 16. Almost killed her, didn't happen. Now this attack was kind of crucial because now it forces their person to heal her. Oh no, they decided to heal her, so then boom. That was perfect because Eldara had to make a choice to heal Agrias or heal the other girl, and she chose to heal Agrias. Now she's screwed. Now she's screwed. Because that was that one break I needed to kill her. And there we go, easy money. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. So as you saw there, like me and this person's attack level are all very easily like matched. So my next fight, since all my 3 units are alive, my next fight might determine how well I do in this Guild Wars. Hey Kenshin, Happy New Year's. I know, I'm sorry Kenshin. I need to step up my game in terms of announcing my streams, but right now we're at the point where essentially it's a steady flow of the same folks that show up to my streams, and I usually try to stream every Friday. And we hit like 800 subscribers. So as soon as we hit 1,000 subscribers, I'm gonna use that instant kind of like announcement board and just announce if the stream is coming. And sometimes, hopefully, maybe I'll do an extra stream, like early portion of the week. Like, here's the thing, right? I'm not here to compete with other people, because even if I got really huge on this channel, I'm not here to try to compete with people. I feel like as a community, it's better that we actually work with each other rather than competing for the same time slot, right? So, hey Nash, are you gonna do the Brutal Shiva at all? Yes, we're gonna do the Brutal Shiva. I think we should have no issues doing the Brutals if a lot of the regular folks show up tonight, because we should be able to beat it on multi with no issues. So, looks like someone else attacked, right? Did someone else attack? Yes. No one attacked. That was a team I'm skipping because they're pretty much a big time whale. They probably got all the evasion gear, which right now I'm not designed to hit evasion gear yet. I don't have some of the vision cards that I need. So here's what I could do. I'm pretty much at full strength, right? I already used my bell. So my weakness is gonna be, I'm gonna have a very hard time generating AP, right? Look at this, very hard time. If I attack one of these teams, I think it's almost guaranteed that I just lose straight up. Or I could just simply be the best guildie on the planet and just get an extra point here, right? How many we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So maximum is 18 points, right? 6. So let's see. Xander still have a shot to maybe kill one of these guys. Bodega has a shot to kill one of these guys, maybe. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the best way to play this is the easy win, guaranteed. This is going to be a challenge, and this is definitely be a challenge. So it's actually essentially better for me to fight one of these guys, and if I can knock out one of their units, it's a win, right? The other thing is, if I don't win, I expose that team for my guildies to kind of come in and do a cleanup work. What's up, Nash? What the plan on Shiva? How you doing, Kendra? So, I'm thinking after this, we can try to do Brutal Shiva on multi and see if you guys are up for it. See if we can beat her. I heard it's pretty hard, but I think Rain will be a good option. That's what I heard. So, we'll see. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick one of these guys. I, generally speaking, don't like to fight magic users because chances are they're probably geared to defend against physical attackers. It's sometimes, for me, like, this is a psychological game, am I right? We're playing a psychological warfare here, because this is what I call fog of war. We don't know what they got, right? We can go to the battle records and do the whole, kind of guess what they have. But I'm gonna narrow it down. I think I'm gonna pick this team. I'm gonna tell you why. They don't have a lot of magical attack here. They have more physical. So I'm gonna go look up Nick and see if I can figure out sort of what these two units are. And generally speaking, teams that have more physical attack power tends to kind of defend against magic, right? They don't tend to necessarily need to defend against other physical attackers. So we're looking up Nick. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna look up Nick and see potentially if we can guess what their other two units are. But I'll be honest, it doesn't really make a whole lot of difference. When you're playing in like Diamond League and whatever, you essentially deal with the same units. So here we are. They definitely switch it up, so we won't know what their defense is. But my bet is gonna be one or the other. He clearly did not employ either or. So he's gonna employ one of these, and then a healer of some type. So that's my target. All right, Nick, me and you, buddy, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna lose this fight since I don't have a lot of AP generating abilities, right? Now I kind of wish I did build the Lacerna jacket for this combat situation, but at least I would have the Lacerna for next week. So I was right. And actually, I'm actually happy that is Kidufei, because I do have elemental advantage here. So we're gonna have to see if I can kill Kidufei. My goal here is to kill Kidufei, all right? If I could do that, it's a win for me. But the problem comes in is when Homeboy decides to get in on the action. It's gonna be a problem as soon as KO Stern's gonna come in. Here he is. He's gonna do a lot of damage right here. He might just wipe my team. Almost. That's what I was afraid of. This is what I was afraid of. And that didn't kill him, so there it is. I lost. But the good news is I did enough damage to them. So I did enough damage like I wanted to the team. Now, she has to heal, right, on the following fight. So essentially she wastes a turn. So by the time they engage, we should have the capability to take out the Super Stern. Hey Tao, Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. That was actually, Kenjin, that was actually pretty decent. Like, in my opinion, that was actually a good run on my part. I just clearly lacked the damage to take him out. But nevertheless, I felt like we did what we needed to do. We did what we needed to do. Homeboy too strong. Yeah, he was pretty good. But, you know, Augurius doesn't do a lot of damage, right, with her weak-ass skills. So I think if I had Ramuh at max out, if I can show you. If I had Ramuh maxed, I probably would be able to KO. I would maybe potentially be able to KO him. I'm really thinking about maxing this. I can get it to 70 now. So I would need 200, right? I got the ticket to get 100 right now, but I didn't actually max it. As you can see, I'm really running low on eggs. I'm really running low on eggs here. I know everyone's probably having the same issue. Let me see if I can go buy some eggs too, and then we can start attacking Shiva, because I think I need this card. 29%, that's pretty sweet. So I definitely need that card for Shiva, I think, if I'm gonna be using her, because maybe if I'm using what's his name? Rain. So let's go ahead and purchase some eggs. Can we get some eggs, please? Is there any eggs I can buy? Oh, I already bought these. I bought them all. Here, there's another 100 there. This is what everyone desperately needing, is eggs. There's no eggs, huh? No more eggs. Okay. Loving the music, thank you. Hey, by the way, is the music too loud or too soft? Because I know a couple of streams ago, people said there was like very like soft music. Okay, let's do some Shiva. What do you guys think? What are you guys suggesting? I actually have not tested Shiva out yet, but I think a good way to do it is to go in here and see what other people are running. 3-party Dwayne, 4-party Dwayne. I don't know what that means. Why Dwayne? I don't get it. I'm gonna create a room. Allow auto battle, effects off. Okay. All right, good. Thank you. So here's what we're gonna do. I got this going on. Let's see if we guys can get in here, and let's figure out the best team, the best composition we can bring to successfully auto it. For Shiva, 2 good Eldara in slot 1 and 2, and 2 beast physical damage in slots 4 and 3. Dwayne. Hey Kana, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thank you. Oh, they want Dwayne for maximum physical damage. So I don't have Eldara built yet though. So for Shiva, 2 good Aldairas in slots 1 and 2. Well, then we're already in an issue here. Does someone else want to start? Kana, do you want to host a room and just give us the password that we can join? Because I don't have good units for this then. Will Rain be able to handle this situation? Because I heard, well, I didn't hear it, but in Discord, people were suggesting Rain as a possibility. You just need good physical damage dealers in slots 3 and 4. Okay, so Kana wants to host, so let's go ahead and disband. And then Kana can give us the password, and then we can see how this works, because I don't mind spending energy to try to figure this out. Rain can be pretty slow. Okay. I can bring Kane in slots 3 and 4. Just like Perpetual. I don't have Dwayne, but, you know. We need someone to bring Aldaira in slot 2, right? That's the key here. So figure that out, Kana, if you can. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't have Aldaira built yet, right? I'm working on her, though. I'm working on her. See, I got enough. It's not gonna be strong enough in time, obviously. I mean, I don't even have her worked on. I just simply do not have enough Rainbow. So a lot of people have Kane, a lot of people. The password is A3, okay. So do you already have 2 people in there? Because I don't want to join for the second slot, because I don't have Aldaira. We need Aldaira in slot 2, that's what everyone is saying. I know, Aldaira is, for me, I'm behind in that, so I'm not going to join until Kana gives me the okay to join. I'll wait for slot 3 and 4 as well. We'll see how this goes. Like, if we see that it's successful, I can start hosting rooms to see if we can tweak it. It seems like all of us is in the same boat, right? Okay, done. All right, here we go. Join. Oh, that didn't work. I must hit the wrong button. So is A3788. Okay, so there we go. We have Bahamut, and then I'm gonna switch to Kane. And by the way, my weapon is not the best. I'm not sure if evasion. I do need stop, right? I need stop resistance. There we go. And then I want to have the demon wall up. So the 4 slot, we need someone to do lots of physical damage. And we're not doing this all night, by the way. We're just gonna see if this comp everyone's saying works. Then we can start figuring out and then add more people to it, you know, whatever. I don't want you to waste all your energy, Kana. I appreciate you allowing us to do this though. My fiance got Aldaira in the card, so hopefully in a month she can help us out. And then of course my main account I got. Remember I said I was gonna get the card? Remember that? Remember guys in that video? I said I'm going all in on the card because I got the card, you know, when I was trying to go for Christmas, Mashidi. And so I said, why not build it, because this is what it is, right? And so that's essentially what we'll do. Are you guys happy with our setup? Bring Sid on 4 slot also fine. Okay guys, get ready. All right, here we go. Let's do this. So I'm all in on the Aldaira plus that vision card combo, right? That's what I've been spending all of my gems on. But I was running really low until Hiroki gave us the 10 grand for free. Let's see how this works out. I'm interested to see how this works out. Oh, that's really good damage. Okay, he decided not to use his spell. I guess he's in range of attack. Just tiny bit more damage, we would have got those guys. Oh, just a tiny bit more damage would have killed like half of them, huh? Let's see how this one goes. We absorbed that hit. Good. Now they're lined up for some heavy hits. Ooh, that was a nasty hit, actually. So I saw that heal come in. One guy down. Nice hit there. So they're down to a few of them too. Oh, I got disabled. That's what I was afraid of. Are you making video of the worst 2000 unit like the one you survey on Discord? I am. Are you in Twitch? I think on YouTube is kind of delayed for me at least. There is a slight delay, Kana. There's a slight delay. I just tweaked it today. It used to be a 20-second delay. I dropped it down to 8 seconds. I don't know how bad it's gonna be. But I'm thinking of not joining Twitch because some of the people that I subscribe to on YouTube and also just the atmosphere of Twitch has been very rough. So I'm not exactly sure if Twitch is a platform I actually want to endorse, to be quite honestly, at this point, Kana. Yeah, I do want to do the worst 2020 units and the best 2020 units, and then of course my wish list for 2021. That is kind of like where I want to do my Friday thinking video. Maybe the next couple of videos, the next couple of weeks, that's what I'm thinking. What is your next plan to pull hero? I don't really have a plan. I kind of play it by year. Usually if it's a unit that I feel like can help my account progress, I would do it. Or the big or is if it makes for good content, right? Because, you know, that's kind of like what I do now. I either pull for myself in terms of enjoyment, or I pull just for the sake of content creation. Most of the time, like YouTubers like Dig and like some of the other guys like Diggs and I guess Nerd Knight or whomever, a lot of times they just pull for content. Like I know Diggs for sure pulls for content. There's no reason for him to pull every unit in the game, right? And I think reason people enjoy Cabbage is because he just pulls whatever he wants. He doesn't really care. And people seem to enjoy his laid-back approach. And you need people like Diggs though to spend the money to kind of showcase every unit, right? And I know there's quite a few Kraken/whales that make YouTube videos. I think was that guy Oran J. He's one of those people. I think it's JH. He's another guy. So these people, they all come on and they spend a lot of money in the game, and they're featuring all these like formations and strategies based on, you know, what they do. Nice job, by the way. Good job. Yeah, I don't think Halloween is gonna work here. Should we keep going, Kana? I'll let you decide. Should we keep going? So Phillips, hopefully that answers your question. I don't really personally have any specific units I'm targeting. Okay, so yep. Kana is giving us the go ahead, so let's go ahead, do it. So I think personally, I think I'm gonna wait. I think I'm gonna wait for tell what Hiroki wants to do on global, because I think we're all understanding that global is diverging humongously, right? We're completely going off the tangent here. And I'm loving it. Like, we're still getting the updates from Japan, of course, like the follow-up of the units, but we're going off in a different tangent altogether. All these global exclusive units, potentially global exclusive collaborations, right? It's all signifying to the community that they really want to develop global as a separate entity compared to the JP. And personally, I love that concept. And if that is the case, then I'm gonna hold off. Like, it's unfortunate that we're going that direction, because a lot of times I don't really rely on the JP YouTubers as much anymore, because of the fact that I'm a very I'm essentially, I've become a content creator where I'm just responding to what's coming up or what hits us on global, right? Whatever comes up, I react to it. There's no really me planning ahead anymore. And I think this essentially hurts the other YouTubers like Nerd Knight. I forgot the other guy's name. Theory Crafting, right? It hurts those two guys. Or I think Nerd Knight is a group of people. So that hurts those groups of people, because they keep doing these planning ahead videos, if you will. And it's really not a whole lot we can plan anymore, because we don't know what's coming up. Like global, we're at the point of the development that it's essentially fog of war for us, right? We don't know what's ahead. And I think that's good. I think that's good for us, because we need to react to things rather than planning for things. Like Cabbage hit it on the head. Like, you take a hammer, hit yourself in the head, that if you're planning to save hundreds of thousands of gems to summon for one unit, you're playing this game not correctly. And I agree with that. I never liked the idea of that I'm saving for a whole month, 6 months to have a chance to get one unit. I don't like that concept. Let the unit come to you, right? Don't have yourself a little goal, 10,000, 20,000, and that's it. If you don't get the unit, that's it. Don't worry about it. I mean, even Dwayne was literally shoved. Like, think about it. Even Dwayne was literally shoved down our throat, right? If you're a spender, it's 48 bucks, straight up. But they know they're gonna get you, because you need to spend the extra money to get the extra shards. Is how they get you, right? Think about that. It's all a strategy, and it's working. I agree, Tao. I think it's a possibility that the way they're going about doing global is like they're learning from their mistakes on the JP server and not repeating the same mistakes, because once you somewhat tick off a humongous community, you don't want to follow up with the same mistakes and ticking off a second community. That would essentially kill 2 communities. But I'm also happy that Mashidin is coming back, right? He's back. He's back to playing the game again, and I'm glad he is back, because we need more JP YouTubers as well. So my understanding is Brutal should be like a 70% drop compared to 10% drop for normal. That was definitely not 70%. Huge bucks here. Huge bucks. Yep, exactly, huge bucks. Well, if Kana crashes, then essentially the room is disbanded. Yep, there it goes. So what could I use instead of, like, what if I decide to host this? Who can I use in slot 1? Like, that's what it boils down to right now. I didn't get any Christmas bonuses this year, so this year we're doing a little bit different things. Like my fiance and I. Okay, Kana's gonna do another one. Great. So this year, my fiance and I, we're gonna keep track of all our spending, literally like to the penny, and we're gonna figure out. Mediana. So Mediana works. But I figured Mediana would die like one shot to those guys. I could use Rain, and then the second slot, it could be just the Eldira, and then we'll slow it down a little bit. I mean, granted, this is a stream, right? So we're just hanging out. I always look at streaming, for me personally, is just a great way to communicate with the community and just make friendships along the way. I don't treat streaming as me trying to gain anything in particular, even though most of the time I do get better, you know. So we'll wait for her to give us the A-OK. join because I have a melee attacker. I don't have an Eldara yet. But I mean, I think the global server is pretty healthy, you know. But I think it's ultimately the server's life is gonna be affected by how the community treats it, right? Like, you know, we try to do the little witch hunt. We try to do the little witch hunt thing, right? And that would turn out to be nothing. And so essentially we're shooting ourselves in the foot. And I have to say I participated in that as well. I was encouraging people not to summon and things like that. But to be fair though, like since we didn't know, it's better to wait till you get the results, right? Like me telling people not to summon is not necessarily a thing like, oh my God, fuck this game, let's just all walk away. No, it's me like saying, let's go ahead and not summon and wait for the results to come in to see what the, you know, the situation is, and then go back to summoning. And then of course I decided I'm gonna keep summoning, and I did, right? I spend more money, crazy enough. Okay, you can come in now. I left. I think every square wants to join. Every square has Eldara. Why don't you just join? The password is 41969. 41. Wait a second. My memory is bad. 41969. So every square inch, you need to get in there and take slot 2, and then the rest of us can join. I'm not really a fan of the idea that we need a specific comp. Is this like considered meta to have 2 Eldaras and then 2 melee DPS? There's no other ways to beat it? Like, I mean, I would love to have other ways. Like, have people tried using Little Leela? Because I feel like if Little Leela can survive, right? The first couple attacks, there shouldn't be any issues. I think Perpetual changed his name. You guys saw that? Like, his name was Bahamut, but then he changed his name to Perpetual, so we recognize who he or she is. Because of what? Because there's a lot of ice unit. Let me see what's going on here. Because she is weak to magic. Oh, to ice. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, you're right. There's tons of ice there. What about Mariella? Huh? Or Mariella. Mariella works too. Thank you, Perpetual. That was very kind of you. You clearly didn't have to do that, but I appreciate you doing that though. That was very kind of you doing that. No problem, every inch. We're just doing a quick run and then we're gonna rejoin. Yeah, it is pretty low. I think you can use Little Leela though. When you're playing by yourself, you can use Little Leela, Marielle, and Eldyra. Use all three arithmeticians. I don't like Luasa. Like, I know she does a lot of damage, but that's one complaint I have, is that she's essentially Lucia, right? She's essentially Lucia, except of a different element. And I think going forward, I'm not a fan of that. Like, I really hope they make them different enough and not just simply just element. You know, I don't like the fact that she's essentially the same. Kana, you don't have to recreate the room. All the rest of us have to do is just leave, and then we'll get every square inch to join first, and then we can trickle in after that. Yeah, I think Little Leela will be the healer. Like, for example, if you have all three arithmeticians on Shiva's side, then you shouldn't have any issues. Because remember, when you're auto farming yourself, it's just 5 guys, right? So you have your 2 melee damagers on this side, and then you have your healers guys on this side. I think my guy's stupid. He's not using the Drain Force attack power thing. Oh, we got a nice one too there. So I'm gonna leave. Let's everyone leave, and then let every inch join first. I apologize, folks. This is not the ideal way to do this, but we're just learning. Again, if you guys don't like to do the multi, simply farm on high level difficulty on your own, autolit all night long, whatever, and it still should be pretty easy. Yeah, thank you, Perpetual, for helping us out there. All right, let's do this. Let's just run a few times, and then maybe we'll go do something else or something. Unless you guys all want to do this only. Well, since you guys are in here, I'm going to ask every one of you guys, what do you guys think, who do you guys think is the worst unit in the game? Like MR quality or higher unit only? Like, obviously, a lot of the lower rarity units, they're not necessarily the worst units in the game, but I think they're more geared towards PvE, right? But yeah, let me know what you guys think is the worst unit, so I can use that for next week. Yeah, I'm surprised Kayn doesn't do it. Like, I know... No, you can't say Zazan, because it has to be MR or higher. Oh no, they got a stop in there. Do you have ribbon? Every square inch, do you have ribbon? You think Y'shtola is the worst? Lorelei is the worst? Lorelei? Oh, come on. Lorelei is so... Gilmore Girls remind me. I think we're getting a little unlucky on this run. Oh no! We'll see what happens. I got ribbon. Yeah, it'd be better if you probably have a ribbon on. Because if you're stopped, the game is essentially over. Yeah, Etra, right? Everybody thinks Etra sucks. Well, Ziza is going to be pretty good when she is upgraded to the next tier of leveling, though. I think Fina is probably... I don't think Fina is the worst, even though a lot of people think she is the worst. Yeah, Etra, I built her for her TMR, and I think there's a possibility that she might be really good at level 120. Remember, guys, it's a completely different ball game at 120. So personally, I think the worst unit for MR or higher is probably Durando. I think Durando. I think Durando just doesn't bring anything. Durando just doesn't bring anything to the table. Like, Ramada is very redundant of a lot of units. Well, you better go feed her. So we still lived. It just took longer than like your ideal run, but I wish we would have got like 6 recipes right there. We would have been fine. So one thing I learned is, since I've done enough multiplayer on my own, I learned that when you do multiplayer, there's 3 possibilities of runs. The game generates 3 different possibilities, and it just rotates between those 3 possibilities, right? Sometimes the way enemy units move and your units move are predetermined. So there's only, so far that I've done thousands of runs, by the way. There's only 3 possibilities. JP gave Durando his own TMR. I have a feeling that Kana have a lot of things maxed out. I probably should max out my demon wall. The other thing to go after is Diablos. Diablo is actually a lot better than I gave it credit for, actually. So if we can survive the worst case scenario on our runs, was my point. Like, if my point was, if there's only 3 determined routes that I've noticed so far, then we survive the worst case scenario, then you shouldn't have no issues farming it on multiplayer. But honestly, I don't think multiplayer is the most efficient of farming these recipes. I still stick by my rule of thumb that if you farm on your own, just auto, like the difficulty you can fully clear, you can get it done in a few days. I think that I did the bulk of my farming on the healing maze in 2 days of farming, just autoing. I just walk away from the computer and just does it. I think any of the original release UR except Mediana and Ayaka. All the Miranda and Aft are good. Well, let's be honest, Stern is actually really good. I think Engelbert is really, really good. So I don't think they're the worst. I know a lot of people don't like Eileen. Hey, Ko, how you doing? Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Ko. We're missing some regulars tonight, though. We're missing Ryan. We're missing Koi. I don't know where Koi is tonight. He's probably hanging out with his family. And King's not here either tonight, huh? I think because it's New Year's. I like to say New Year's for some weird reason. Because it's a New Year celebration, a lot of people are probably like hanging out with family and things like that. So honestly, I wasn't anticipating a lot of folks joining me. I was actually tempted to push the date the time even further back, since people probably put their children to bed and things like that, right? Did somebody die? Oh, I think we lost one, didn't we? Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Yeah, a lot of people are excited about 14. Me personally, I'm not, so. So this, clearly, this is by far the worst scenario for us, right? Because Shiva's attacking the melee damagers. So that's gonna be tough. I don't know if they will, but in Japan, I think they did, didn't they? Didn't they add like a new unit or a new vision card or something? I think they will. I think they were already told us. I think they would have already told us if we're getting a brand new unit. Yeah, I like the Ishtila buff. I enjoy that. Scion of Darkness. Oh, never mind. I don't have Scion, do I? I don't have Scion. Happy New Year, Edward. Welcome, Edward. How you doing? I think it is. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's that new MR Vision card. We got two. That's not too bad, right? Somebody said somebody told me in the comment section they're on their way to farm part 2 of a +5 code. I'm like, wow. I mean, they must be farming brutal like solo all day long, right? That's the easiest way to get like several +5s. Joe, Happy New Year. How you doing? Happy New Year. I'm really happy to. I'll be honest, most New Year, I really don't like New Year because it's like I just tell myself, man, I'm getting older, you know? But this New Year, it's definitely it's like a really welcoming one, you know? Like, I really welcome this New Year in particular. Like, I can't wait for all of this roughness to finish. Hopefully we can get the situation under control globally so I can start traveling. I really want to travel again, man. That was one thing that we were working very hard to do in our lives. It was to, you know, be financially stable, that we can travel and just enjoy life, you know? Yeah, I'm doing well. Hope you are doing well as well, Joe. So hopefully that's something that can come back to us, because we sort of like, you know, holding off on having a family because we wanted to spend some time traveling now that we're financially stable and everything. But the other thing is I'm going back to collect Transformers, so I'm picking up some extra ships here and there to get some more Transformers. I wonder if they'll buff Thancred's master ability some more, since they didn't state what kind of buff he is getting, but they did for Y'shtola. Well, the way I look at it is, Ko, you're getting your Thancred, and on top of it, he's getting his master ability buffed. So either way, it's a win-win, right? Maybe I'll take the opportunity to pick up one of those cards, like the 14 card, since at that time I wasn't actually spending at all. Like when 14 came out, I didn't spend a penny. It wasn't until Final Fantasy Tactics came that I started like spending some cash. And now I'm definitely spending because, well, I just like to get the units I like to play with. This one is not looking too good either. Because I'm disabled. We lost an attacker slash healer. And Kana's gonna get jumped. $3K heals though is pretty sexy. Actually, Shiva's confused because Shiva's not moving. Because the other units are not dead, so... Okay, now Shiva's gonna start moving. You know, I'm thinking, do you guys feel like this specific challenge, they kind of like didn't put a lot of thought into it? Like, I don't understand. Like, I get why they use the units that they selected. Like, you know, it's a mixture of skeletons and humans. Like, I don't want this to come up as a complaint, but to me, it seems like the design is fairly lazy. Am I right? Like, it seems pretty lazy. Like, they could have done a little bit more creativity in terms of designing this specific stage. Like, if their goal was to have some magic damagers and some tanks to support Shiva, like I said, I get it. Like, I totally get it. But it just seems like they could have done a little bit better job in terms of visual, right? Given the fact that it's a brutal. I don't know. Maybe I'm being nitpicky and being, what's the word? I'm feeling like entitled, you know? Yeah, I suppose. I mean, like I said, they do what they need to do to make money, and you can't fault them for it, but... Look at the Tonberry card. That's designed for this, right? You know, Ultimate.jp does not give Tonberry a very high rating. I don't understand it because... Let's put it in perspective, right? The house card from Final Fantasy Tactics is the best card in terms of agility boost. The Chocobo card is the second best card in terms of agility boost. And they give those two cards high ranking, as they should. But they give Finir very high ranking in terms of magic resistance. But then they give Tonberry super low ranking, even though it does the same thing. They will also reuse this stage, huh? That's fair. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I like the design of the challenge of the stage, right? Because you have to split your teams into two forces to fight. And you have to be able to control both sides. My complaint is I don't like the design of the units that we're fighting. Like Shiva obviously is Shiva. But those soldiers look very generic. They could have maybe make some new skin to make them look cooler. Maybe they all look like sort of like Dwayne's, but they're not Dwayne's. Maybe they're all like Dark Knights, you know, or brand new, you know, hash ups. Because if you think about it, from a spending money perspective, this is the cheapest way to do it, right? Just take existing stuff and then just slap it in there. But if they made brand new art for each encounter, that just adds more flair to the game. And adds more appreciation from the community. And I think honestly that ought to be the way to go, you know? Ice Knights, there you go. Like, they're just knights with lots of icicle, like maybe their shoulder pads would have been like icicles coming out, so they're like all spiky. And instead of using these generic looking copper swords, they're using like glowing effects of like swords. Maybe they could be like, they could look like those dudes from Game of the Thrones or something. Yeah, you're right. They're essentially just generic. They're just generic soldiers from the story mode. And to me, you know, it doesn't seem very high budget, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need them to create brand new stuff, but all you have to do is kind of like slap some art onto the existing models, which essentially they're all the same, right? Because I think then as content creators, we're gonna be like, oh my god, that is so cool, guys. I highly appreciate this challenge. Look at this design. Let's just take the time to look at the design, on how well the company has done such a good job and things like that. And then essentially it makes other players appreciate the game a lot more. It makes you really want to dive in and play the game. But lo and behold, a lot of it is just, our goal is to try to reach auto farming status. And I think maybe that's what they're thinking too. The thinking here is everybody knows that our goal is just to auto farm. And if that's the case, nobody cares about the art, right? It would be kind of a wasted effort, if you will. But if you think about like how much could it really cost, right? They have a team of artists. If they say, hey guys, give me 2 designs of a knight and a soldier in terms of like an ice concept, and we're gonna go ahead and copy that onto existing models, and you know, for the next challenge, how much could that cost? I don't know, 100K maybe? I don't know. Actually, I don't know that number. I'm making it up, but I think it will be a nice touch. But like I said before, we're all just trying to get to auto farming mode. You know, it's unfortunate that we're all sitting here and watching this because it's multiplayer, but individually, if you can auto farm anything, you will definitely auto farm instead of sitting here and playing the actual game. Still 2. We haven't seen a 6 yet. Like, we haven't seen a 6. Wow, you really... So Kana, what are you using? Are you using Kana, are you using the 64-bit or are you using the normal BlueStacks? Hey Jose, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Happy New Year. And yes, a lot of people are talking about Summer Ketone coming, but yeah, looks like we're getting Thancred. I honestly am not sure if Summer Ketone's coming anytime soon, to be honest. So Kana, I suggest you go ahead and start off. If you can get a here, let me show you this here. Normally I don't do this, but see how I have a 64-bit BlueStacks here? Here it says 32-bit, right? What you want to do is you want to create right here, if you can see my screen, it says play Android 64-bit games using the multi-instance manager. What you need to do is you need to create a instance in which you're using the 32-bit, or I'm sorry, the 64-bit. I rarely crash on the 64-bit. I used to play on the 32-bit all the time. That should solve your problem. Because when I'm playing on the normal BlueStacks, I literally crash. I would say anytime I run 10 to 12 different things, then it automatically crashes. But when I play on the 64-bit, it almost never crash. I would say maybe like 1% time it crashes. The reason I did this is because I have to do it for stream, right? If I stream and it crashes every 5 minutes, then it's not going to be a fun stream. So see if you can go ahead and just on your BlueStack on the very bottom, just create an instance using the 64-bit and then copy existing one. Like, just copy it. Like, I'm running it right now and so far I haven't crashed. Do you guys need to run any of these other stuff? Anybody needs to run the brutal stuff here? Because if you guys need to clear these brutal, we can do that. Yeah, that sounds good, Kana. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, there he is. What's going on, King? Happy New Year. Anybody need to do the brutal difficulty equipment training quest? Healing mace? Maybe we can run that. And then we can get you guys to, what's the word? Some free gems, right? Because I know I need it. Best way to get mace books? Wow, that's a good question. I think you have to farm something in the books and then just trade it. You have to trade 2 for 1 though, because there's no mace running right now. Let me see, what do I need, right? Let me see if I already met the requirements. Because that's 50 gems for me. Let's see, Shiva, multiplayer, we got that done. Thank you, by the way. So this one, multi. Oh, I already did all the multi. Brutal, no I didn't. No, I need to do 3 more. So I have no idea, but Niv Lu is the first sniper and she looks pretty dope, right? That's the only thing I could think of. I mean, was it just a few months ago? What's his name? Umbra talked about we're getting snipers. I didn't watch the video, but I saw that he posted that we're getting snipers. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Since I only have to do 3 more runs, I'll create a room. You guys are more free to join in. I don't know how hard the healing maze can't be that hard if we just use little Leelas, bunch of little Leelas. There it is, folks. If you guys want to join, get some free loot, and then maybe get your requirements, get out the way, we can do that while Kana is fixing his or her situation. And then we can do some other stuff. Unless you guys are all trying to farm the Shiva, because it definitely seems like this Shiva specific situation requires us to have specific units. Which kind of sucks, but I think the other way to do it is farm with some rains, right? We could just use rains. We could use 4 rains and take 20 minutes to do 1 farm. All right, we need 1 more. I'm Scout. All right, Scout, let's do this. Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe I need to do a little deep dive into Niv Lu, because first off, that name is pretty dope. Her design looks pretty dope. I would like to have her just because of that. Kana, you're fine. We're not in a rush. We're doing it on live stream, right? You don't need to feel rushed. I think for you, this is gonna give you a much better playing experience in the future, though. Pierce defense buff. Wow, that's pretty good. Oh, this is a tough one, isn't it? But with all these calculators, we should be able to kill them pretty fast. There we go. They're almost all dead. As long as these snipers don't kill us all. Killing 1 is fine. I like the design of the Amarok coming with Niv. Yeah, me too. Like, Leo, welcome to the stream, by the way. If you haven't seen my last video, I talked about that, how I think that character looks just like the character from Street Fighter V. Somebody told me her name, I forgot it already. Dang it. Mediana is really good for clearing the front line here. The calculators are really good at clearing the top because of the altitude. Well, that was easy. Of course, they didn't give us any recipes, but hey. We'll farm a little bit of this. Maybe we'll do like 5-10 runs or something. And then we'll do the other one. And then maybe we'll farm some Shiva with some trial and error. I'm willing to use Rain if it helps, because he's a good tank against that front part. But we'll need a really good Eldara calculator in the second slot. Nah, I think the Mediana is the right play here, because she cleans up nicely right here. See, she cleans up. She, I think, one-shot those units by herself. We need the calculators to kill the snipers up top. That's why this stage is obnoxious. It's kind of sad that we're gonna have to rely on calculators for the foreseeable future. I'm not a fan of that, because essentially that nullifies a lot of older units. But at least this stage is still supporting Mediana pretty well. I still love Mediana a lot. Like, I like her a lot. Like, I like the fact that she's just a straight out magician. And if you think about it, when you think about mages, it's all about casting. Am I right? That's why I didn't really understand why they make calculators so strong and then just kind of essentially change the dynamics of the game. Remember, you guys, remember I said I was going to make a video comparing Mediana with calculators? After making the footage, I realized it's not even a comparison. It's not even close. Like, it's not even close in terms of speed. And I realized there was no reason to actually make that video. All it really essentially does is make people abandon Medianas and other casters, which I did not want to create that concept of giving the community that feeling, because I didn't want to support that feeling. Bring zombie TMR alpha. That's a good idea. I kind of wish I have zombie TMR. I didn't like the zombie design personally, because I can't stand zombies anymore, because it's so like played out, I guess you could say. But his TMR is pretty solid. Hey Adam, welcome to the stream. Welcome, and Happy New Year to you. Thank you for the support. We're just hanging out, Adam. We're just hanging out. We just did some Guild Wars earlier. And then we did some Shiva farming on brutal difficulty, obviously. And it turns out that it was pretty smooth. Right now, we're just farming some healing maze for fun, and then we're just chatting it up. But since you joined the stream during midway, I'm gonna ask you, Adam, who do you think is the worst unit from 2020 that is of MR quality or higher? And why, I guess, in your opinion, obviously. So far, we have a pretty big variety of who people think are the worst units. And also, actually, this question will go out to anyone who has joined in the last, I guess, 20 minutes or so, right? Feel free to chime in if you want to give us your opinion of who you think is the worst unit of 2020. I want to do this survey again, probably Monday, since our news has already been broken, right? I already did the news coverage on Friday. There's no news coverage on Monday, so. That's why I picked Durando. I picked Durando as well. No value, yeah. He doesn't add anything to my team. Plus, his design doesn't look very good. So then, I think what I'll do is I'll do a survey on Monday to the community to see what people think. And then I'll give you guys mine on next following Friday, free thinking. I think Alpha is taking one for the team every run. And then one of us resurrect you back. The good news is you don't lose any bravery. That thing is pretty funny. You resurrect yourself and then boom, just kill the guy that was in the band of killing you. The revenge factor here is pretty sweet. Oh, this is really fast. Huh? This is really fast. Look at this. We're getting 2 recipes almost per run. I probably should have done this during the week. Just kind of create rooms. Well, I should probably ask you guys, who do you guys think is the best unit? And I think everyone's gonna say Agrias. I have a feeling everyone's gonna say Agrias. But who do you guys think was the best unit for 2020? And it doesn't have to be a reason of gameplay. It could be design. It could be anything. Like, I think a lot of people are gonna pick Kayn. A lot of people are gonna pick Agrias. I think, I don't know who my favorite would be, to be honest. I mean, I guess I should use the word, I should probably use the wording, right? Because favorite is not the same thing as best, right? Best. Best would signify you would take that unit everywhere. Favorite just means, you know, favorite just means you just enjoy that unit. Calvin, how you doing, Calvin? For me, Q2Fae changed my account. That's fair. Halloween Leela for you, Black, and Sid for you, Calvin. I would probably lean towards Little Leela myself because I find myself taking her everywhere now. Like literally everywhere. She's in everywhere. In terms of design, I like Warrior of Light. In terms of original, Engelbert. Well, that's fair. That's fair. I'm saying Halloween Leela right now simply because I take her every single where, and I haven't finished Rosa yet, and Kayn is not like 100% finished. But I feel like Kayn doesn't really do a whole lot for me. Like, he's good in PvP, but besides that, he's not that great in other situations. I think Little Leela can be really good in PvP, maybe not the best or anything like that, but she's just good in terms of farming, right? Like, it's essentially what this game is farming. And she's really good. But that kind of goes along the same line as Eldira, maybe even Mariel, and the new unit, whatever her name is, Liv, the new unit that has Arithmetician in her job as well. So, you know, in terms of saving you time, definitely any Arithmetician is good. But in terms of enjoyment, me looking at a character, I still like Kayn's design. Like, I love the way she looks. Or, excuse me, the way he looks. He just looks, ooh. But I think the new character, Niv, I think she currently wins in terms of looks, for me anyways. I just like the way she's designed. Leo. How you doing, Leo? Happy New Year. I think Venera is actually, yeah, I agree. Venera is such a reliable unit. The only thing she doesn't really have is a lot of AoE attack. She does have what, like a 1 maybe? Kayn just looks cool. Most used, yeah, Phoebe. A lot of people sleep on Phoebe. Like, she's definitely one of the better ones in the entire game in terms of live PvP. I don't think people truly understand or grasp the idea of live PvP. I think a lot of people think that when you're using a strong arena team, you can translate that over to live PvP, but it's not. It's not the case at all. I was watching this person, he was creating videos for YouTube, and I think he participated in last season's live PvP. I think he finished like 5th or something. Got some really nice prizes. And I was watching his videos of how he approached live PvP. It's a different world in there. Like, it's definitely a different world, you know? Like, Frederica is like one of the best units to use for that, for live PvP. So I think live PvP is definitely something completely different, comparatively speaking, to arena. Like, I don't cover live PvP because I'm not a fan. Once I understood how live PvP really worked in terms of their meta, man, no thank you. Like, I have to say no thank you to that. Like, to me, I have to pass. You know, to me, it's like big. Even though like the platinum armor and the sandals, those things are really cool. But oh, look at Edward. Edward's got this card. Let's take a look. Mobius. This is the missile attack resistance magic up. That's an awesome card. In hindsight, I probably should have built that card, you know. In hindsight, I probably should have built that card. In hindsight, there's a lot of cards I probably should have built. But then I guess that wouldn't really make for good content since everybody wants to see units. Maybe that's something I will do differently in 2021, you know? Just highlight units where I can, but not necessarily needing to highlight every unit. And there's a chance it'll come around and you get to max it next time, Edward. I think that'd be a good thing to do. This is just a really good card, you know? It's such a potent combination. Like, missile shooters can't really kill you as fast, and then you're doing massive damage to them. We'll need one more person. Any takers? But it seems like that is the theme of this game. The theme of this game is every single week, or maybe every other week maybe, or every 2 weeks, we essentially have to keep making decisions about whether or not we should be pulling on any of this stuff, you know? So you ran Phoebe, Zazan, Gilgamesh, or Mediana. That's pretty good. Like, I know one of the more potent combination was 2 Quicken units. In this case, it would be what, Phoebe and Gilgamesh, and then you use Frederica. Like, your entire game plan is to allow Frederica to take multiple turns, which I assume is what you're doing with Phoebe, Gilgamesh, and Mediana. Because Frederica has such a long range on that specific map. It essentially means you're doing barrages, you're doing sharpshoots just over and over and over with your team of Quicken. So after I saw that footage, I was like, this is what people do, I guess, you know? This is what people are doing in terms of live PvP, match play, class match, whatever you want to call it. And in all honesty, it's not really my cup of tea, you know? It's not my cup of tea because I don't really enjoy playing chess matches. Like, that's not my thing. Like, one thing I did not keep playing Langrisser. I don't know if you guys are fans of Langrisser or not. Or the other game, Fire Emblem, right? They're all strategy RPGs. I love strategy RPGs. But to me, I'm not into PvPing with strategy RPGs. It essentially takes an awful long time each match. And the chance of you making mistakes is pretty high, right? I suppose, considering that I used to play Magic the Gathering, it's essentially what it is, right? You're playing a strategy RPG against someone live, so. Yeah, I think another solid comp is just run charm units. A lot of people ran charm units. Because if you quicken your charm units, then you get to charm one of their dudes and boom, you're good to go, right? Just like the situation you described. It's during the early days of my channel where what I was like telling people to do, charm people in PvE because it's so fun. And then PvP, charm too, because it's just rewarding to see your enemy killing themselves. It's very fun. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't really enjoy the arena. I don't enjoy that at all because I first encountered it in the Alchemist Code and I thought it was stupid. The idea is stupid. But, you know, not everybody enjoys live PvP. And that's why they offered it in that way, you know. You have the option to do either or. And if you did either or and you enjoy that concept of just PvPing in general, which is a major driving force, it's seriously the major driving force for many players out there to play mobile games. They love the in-game concept of PvP. I'm exactly the opposite. I'm in the very rare, like perhaps small group of folks that love mobile games but don't enjoy PvP in mobile games. Because for the most part, most of the time it's very simple. And a lot of time is very, what's the word here? It's very like diluted. You know what I mean? It's not like deep. Most of the time it's not deep enough. But this game in particular is actually quite good in terms of design for a live PvP situation. But with any PvP system that I ever played my entire life, human beings, the human nature of us, we tend to try to find the most simplistic way to conquer PvP. And that's what people do, right? This is why little niche characters like Phoebe and Zazan becomes essentially they use that to essentially it makes it become what the meta is. And to me, I shy away from all that. Like, I'm not a fan of it, you know? Okay, why are you using a tank? I'm curious. We don't need to use a tank. Is it Shiva Esper? I'm more of a PvE guy as well. PvP I dabble into time to time. Yeah, I don't mind PvP per se, but it's just I don't enjoy it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't enjoy it as much as I would like to. I tried, you know, I still do arena videos, but I also realized that people don't enjoy watching arena videos on my channel because I'm not a humongous fan of PvP in general, and I'm not very good at it, you know? There are people out there, all they do is PvP video, i.e. Mashidon on the JP server. That's all he does. All he does is highlight arena. I'm actually surprised he doesn't do live PvP featuring, but all he does is arena coverage, and he gets tons of supporters as a result because that's his passion. That's the way he enjoys the game. either way, you know, everybody needs to find their own little corner of the pie. And I think that's what's cool about it. That's what's cool about YouTube. Essentially, you can find content of any type on any game, any platform, anything. I don't mind it. I think the PvP setup here is better than other games, but I feel like there's too much mismatch. Yes, I agree. I said that a long time ago. I think the live PvP matching system, it needed a fixing. And I think they were slowly fixing it, right? They have been fixing it. But, you know, it's not something that for a long time it was worthy of doing, to be honest. I think having the tier ladder system is the best. I'm in the same boat as you, Ko. Like, my patience level is just, I want to accomplish so much throughout my day, every day in life, that it's very hard to sit down and spend hours on end doing that. But the thing is, it's you know. Hey Pedro, Happy New Year, Pedro. But it's just like, when I did the mock battle, you know, on stream a little while ago, I had a lot of fun, right? I'm good, Pedro, how are you? And one night I would just sit there and I just kept playing the mock battle over and over and over just to see what I could do to kind of beat my teammates. And I just couldn't beat them. I don't know what it was. Is it because the vision cards or what? I don't know, but I just couldn't beat them. So, you know, I learned there is a difference between money spending, so I left it at that. But overall though, I just don't feel like spending hours on end doing it. I know some people love those type of things where they're just spending time tweaking things and it makes them feel good, right? And that's great. I think that's awesome. I think what it is, Alpha, is you're getting jumped. Like they're all concentrating fire on you and you just die. $700 crit damage. Seems like everyone's taking 700 crit damage. Now the next round we can see, Alpha, are you taking 1,000, 1,000, 1,000 and you're just dead? Maybe that's what it is. That's about 400 right there. Did you know that you can add voice chat on Discord while streaming on YouTube? Of course. But I don't want to do that. Because then it gets to the point where unless you're actually streaming with other people or you're playing games with other people, you know, it takes away what the stream is all about. Maybe she has more defense than you. Maybe she has more defense. Maybe her vision cards has missile resistance. What is she using? Never mind. Nope. I think maybe she has more armor on her armor. I'm playing the same game, Nash. What do you mean you're playing the same game? Eldara handling like a champ. Yeah, it looks like she's taking a beating and keeps on walking. Little Leela doesn't handle damage very well. She's very squishy. Like there are certain encounters where I don't bring her because she just dies. Okay, Carl. Like Carl Malone. Now I forgot what I was saying. What was I talking about? What was I saying before all this? I think that TMR has spirit though. So maybe those arrow damage have magic? I don't know. I don't want to sit here and try to figure things out. Yeah, you're only taking 500. I think it's your hit points. I think you don't have a lot of hit points. Even if I add you in a voice, I'm assuming you want to type in channel there, we would still be playing the same game. I mean, of course we're playing the same game. We're all playing the same game. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying. What I'm saying is this. Okay, here's what I'm saying, Pedro. I watch other people who stream. In fact, some people who stream with, say, millions of subscribers. There's this one guy on Twitch, he has like, I don't know, 60,000 people watching him play games. He doesn't do what I do. Like, he doesn't even look at chat because it's impossible. The chat's going at a speed of just, you know, whatever you can imagine, the speed of going of roughly half of 60,000 people typing. And then on top of it, the games that he streams are games that he plays with other people. So when he's playing with other people, these other people are also talking alongside with him because they're playing the same game. So all the people who are watching him stream are watching him essentially playing that game with his buddies or whatever. And that's what those streams are. So this is not a type of game in which we need to speak to each other or whatever the case is, right? You know, it's very easy to communicate outside of us needing to talk to each other. So in that sense, people are not watching me play this game with another group of people because we're actually all playing the exact same game. They're actually interacting with me in this game by joining the channels or the multiplayer mode. So there's no reason to have other people in my stream talking to me only when everyone can talk to me through the chat. I hope you understand what I'm saying, because there's no reason for other people to be in a channel with me exclusively unless I'm doing something with those group of people that they need to speak in here as well. For example, when I had a person that wanted to summon on his account, but I told him I don't feel comfortable using his account to stream with, I can communicate with him through the telephone system in Discord, whatever you said, the voice activation. But we chose not to do that, even though we could have. All he did was he streamed his own video, and all I did was he was showing me his stream through Discord, and I just uploaded that screen onto my screen, and subsequently I recorded a video and I released it that way. But this game doesn't offer anything new to the viewership if people are sitting here watching me do this with someone else. Like, besides summoning, which collaboration summon wise, yeah, that makes perfect sense. I think there's quite a few good espers you can use for missile resistance. I personally build the Death Machine for my main missile resistance. If you slap that bad boy on your Warrior of Light, he literally takes like no damage from range attacks. And maybe a couple of hundred. But actually, I spoke to some people before, Pedro, about collaborations of summoning, but honestly, we're at the point of this game that is so stale, there's really no reason to summon for many of the units. And the other thing is, I'm not at the point of playing this game where I'm asking for donations or people are just donating to me because they want me to buy tons of packs and just like subbing like crazy, you know. When I used to play Summoner's War, there's this guy, his name is YDCB. I guess he's a big time streamer now. And that's all he really did was like, he would have streams to try to generate money for himself, obviously. But he will keep having these summon sessions during his streams where he would do a specific amount that he wants to do. And then once he runs out, the donations start pouring in. People are like, here's $100. Someone be like, here's $50. We want you to buy a pack so you can keep on summoning. And that's essentially what he was doing. And now he's pretty big. I think he has like 250,000 subscribers, something like that. And he's probably making a really good living. He's probably making like, you know, thousands per month where he doesn't have to work. Like, essentially, he's a full-time streamer. Like, that's his job. Like, I'm not there. Like, you know, I don't know if I really want to be there, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know if I would mind it. I think it'll be a pretty interesting job, you know, to be honest. Like, you will have to essentially, you know, have a lifestyle that revolves around that. But my goal is beyond video games. Like, my goal for YouTube and streaming and stuff like that is not just about video games. Like, there are some other plans that I had, or I shouldn't say had, I have. There are other plans that I have that I want to do for the future, you know, because, I mean, I'm not getting younger. Who wants to see a 50-year-old dude sitting down, streaming, playing games, and then has to take his heart medicine, you know what I'm saying, while he's playing the game, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he variety streams and mainly plays Epic 7. Yeah, he does. Right now, he only does Epic 7 because he was getting off of the Summoner's Wars train, right? That's how I met him. Like, I mean, I didn't meet him, but that's how he started. It was like playing Summoner's Wars. He dumped like 30 grand in that game. Yes, Code, that is a great idea. I would love that. Like, I would love to be able to be the commentator for like PvP matches for people. That would be kind of sweet. Kana, that's a great question. So I used to play Summoner's Wars pretty religiously, I guess is the right word, but I never spent a penny on that game. And then I essentially dabble in all games that have anything to do with gacha / RPGs. But before all that, it was mostly console games before like the whole gacha craze and the whole mobile gaming craze. I guess the longest duration I played a game was Summoner's Wars. I think I played that for like 2.5 years. But I didn't really enjoy that game because it essentially became this like power creeping game that wasn't done well. And that was pretty much the biggest title I played. And then after that, I kept playing other games that try to emulate that game, right? Because that game essentially, like, at that time defined gacha RPGs. Yes, if I remember correctly, maybe Prodigy was in here. Or someone was in here. But the thing is, you're not allowed to do those things. You're not allowed to host PvP tournaments involving money. When you do that, you violate terms of service. Like, I could do that for fun with them, but I can't do that by streaming and or making videos. Yes, I did play Final Fantasy Break Exvius, but very little. Like, I tried going back to that game multiple times. The first time I remember I sat there next to I sat there in bed, or laid in bed, and I re-rolled for like 6 hours. And I finally got a combination that I enjoyed. And then I realized I don't really enjoy playing this game, so I walked away. And then maybe a few months later, I tried again and play it, and then it reminded me so much of old school like RPGs that it it was pretty cool, but then it just over time I realized the power creeping in that game is terrible. The design was terrible, and the graphics is just, it was kind of meh to me, you know what I mean? And then before that I played Brave Frontier, which essentially, you know, it's the same thing. And I love that game too, you know, I love the design, but the power creeping made it so unplayable. And then a little bit after that I played The Alchemist Code. And when this game was announced, I saw that it's from the same companies, and I realized The Alchemist Code was the background of what this game was developing off of. So I had to give this game a try. But I didn't really enjoy the way The Alchemist Code looked, the way the art looked. It looks too polygony, whatever the word is, too boxy. Kind of reminded me of PlayStation 1 graphics, if you will. But I love the design of it, because essentially I was looking for games that can duplicate the experience I had with Final Fantasy Tactics, because that's my favorite game of all time. And no game up to this point was able to duplicate that. But then of course this game essentially is Final Fantasy Tactics with some spins on it, you know, like a modern spin. And so I started to fall in love with this game, and I've been on this journey ever since. But before that, if we're going to sit here and break down all the games that I played that I really enjoyed, would be, of course, we talked about The Alchemist Code, Brave Frontier, Summoner's Wars, and right now I'm still playing Epic 7, but I don't cover the game. And then I play that Lego game that I actually quite enjoyed, but it's not very well managed. In fact, they actually they downgraded from a larger production to a smaller management group, that's when I decided to walk away. Nash, you know the max of people who watch my streams? 5 to 7 people at best. So you're saying that you have a lot of subscribers on your channel, but no one's watching you play games? One wish list I have is a revamp of graphics for this game. Well, I mean, like, what essentially would you want though, Alpha, on this game? Like, I feel like the art on this game is great. One thing I do not like, that I never pointed out to the community, because it's a personal gripe, and it's a little nitpick for me, is do you notice that every single voice that they use for people dying in this game is the same? No matter how buff looking the guy is, it's like this little boyish, yell, like, ah, you know what I'm saying? Like when they're dead. And the same thing with the girl. Like there's only 2 voices they use for when a unit dies. And it just drives me up the wall. It's the reason why I turn off the sound. I couldn't stand it. Like I just honestly can't stand it. I'm GK from Zodiac Guild. How you doing, Neil? GK from Zodiac Guild. Okay, well, nice to meet you, GK from Zodiac Guild. I'm not sure. Are you advertising for Zodiac Guild, or are you just introducing yourself? Because I don't think I've ever fought you, or maybe I have. And if I have, I apologize if I don't remember. Well, see, one thing I love about this game is I actually enjoy the art. Like, I actually enjoy the art quite a bit. It looks very realistic, you know what I mean? Even though it's cartoonish, if you will, but it looks more realistic than the Alchemist Code. You know, and that has to be the Square Enix imprint on this game, am I right? Like, they imprint. Oh my god, they killed me this time. What is going on? Like, what are you guys doing? Are you guys messing around with equipment? And now that everyone's attacking me? By the way, I don't care, because I don't lose anything if I die. But what I'm saying is, I actually was drawn to the art of this game, right? It has that Final Fantasy feel to it. No, I'm the Arrow Man. Like, I really hope they would switch out that scream when units die. Like, come on, man. Like, y'all got like all this high production value in this game. Give me a better voice actor for that. And another thing I hope they will bring is more voice acting, because obviously they have to spend more money. But I think that will go a long way. Like, I do enjoy the voice actors they have now, but you know, more is always great, right? More unique voices. One of the attractions of me loving Transformers is the fact that they had specific people doing those voices. And those people are so popular amongst the comic book convention people that they're icons, right? You know, I'm sure Japanese voice actors, there's a lot of iconic people, but again, we're talking about a lot of cash here, right? They're throwing away a lot of money if they were to do that. Hey, yeah, exactly. Like, I don't understand. I've been resurrecting your ass, Alpha, like over and over, and then I die and no one resurrects me, man. Why? What are you guys doing? Why are you guys switching things off or something? But anyways, I really do love Final Fantasy Tactics art, like that little, like the no-nos, but yet they have so much expression, you know, during the cinematic part, if you will, whatever. And the art and the story and the combat design of Final Fantasy, in my opinion, was just perfect. I loved everything about it. And so far, there really hasn't been too many things that can replicate that. And I think this game so far has done an excellent job in trying to do that. You know, but it is what it is, right? You know, everybody has their nitpicks about everything in life. This is why you're dying, Alpha. You're taking sharpshoots. You're not taking normal arrow damage. The rest of us are taking normal arrow damage. But anyways, I'm gonna put out that video hopefully tomorrow. I'm gonna work on it tonight. Like, I'm gonna be up tonight, so I'm gonna be recording my video and I'll upload it tomorrow before I go to work, or I'm just gonna set it up for scheduled release. I want to tell you guys, I want to show you guys what I love about, or I want to show you guys what I want to see in 2021, like my dream things about things. Probably won't get a lot of views since a lot of people don't give a shit about a lot of those things that I talk about, but at the same time, you know, those people who just love the channel or they love the game in general, they like to see any content created, period. So there's still some people that like to view it, but overall, it doesn't. I don't have one of those things where like best units in the game, tier lists, yada yada yada. I mean, those get tons of views, you know, or like, you know, or the ones that was really popular for a very long time. Should you shave? Should you save? Or should you summon? Type of things. I said, should you shave? You guys like that? Should you shave? No, not should you shave. Should you save? But I think the consensus nowadays is there's no need to save. There's absolutely no reason to really save your gems. You should be working on the units you have. Stop worrying about the units that ain't even out yet for months. Like, why? What kind of planning would that really require you to do, right? If you think about it. What unit that in this game has drastically changed your account? Like, I think Ko mentioned Sid. That has drastically affected his account. Little Leela from Halloween drastically affected many people's account. But can you name many other units that can drastically affect your account that you're looking ahead so far down the road? Not many. Like, even Kain, in my honest opinion, does not affect my account that much. I can do just as well or just as bad in PvP without Kain, right? But Kain doesn't offer me anything outside of PvP. He's actually not that great. Like, he's good in that one raid, but what we just witnessed earlier, you could replace Kain with literally any high power attacker in the game for that specific, for the Shiva raid or the Shiva challenge. Lewis, congratulations that you got Luartha. But see, that's the thing, right? People were in love with Lucia when she first came out. Is she game-changing? No, she's not. Lucia is not game-changing. I don't give a crap what anyone says out there. I don't care if you're the best YouTuber or you created this game. You know it and I know it that Lucia, having her or not, doesn't change the game as drastically as people think. Unless they are pushing for that unit, right? When she first was introduced, the raid was designed for her, right? Or what about that one, what was that? I think it was like a Flan. That was the rare monster that you summoned during raid. Yes, people brought Lucia because she was designed for that specific situation. But outside of those situations, Lucia doesn't dominate anything. I'm sorry, she doesn't. She doesn't dominate farming. She does not dominate PvP in either forms. So what else is there left? She just looks good. She got big hips. She has thick thighs. Okay, I'll give you that. She's part of the thick thigh crew. But other than that, she ain't offering nothing to my team. I built her because the fact that she was part of the very first banner, in which essentially put me on the map and YouTube. I have to pay homage to her because she did that, right? I have to build her, But it is what it is, right? I personally feel like there are not too many units that affects people as much as, say, some of the units that I named. Like someone said Kidufei. I agree. Kidufei actually could change the game for a lot of people. Warrior Blight essentially has. Agrias essentially has. Venera for the longest time was very dominant, right? It is what it is. I get it. And see, the thing is, Lewis, you love Thancred, right? You have some sort of attachment to Thancred. I do not, right? I made that nostalgia video, even though I didn't get a lot of views, but people understand what it was, right? The people who did watch it connected with the idea, hey, nostalgia does play a big role. So in that sense, if you have no attachment to, say, I don't know, Kain, right? You never grew up in that era playing Final Fantasy with Kain involved. You wouldn't care. You wouldn't even bother summoning her. Or summoning him. So that's the beauty of this game, guys. That's the beauty of this game. The beauty of this game is each individual, each of us has the option to choose however you want to approach this game in whichever shape form you want to do. And there is no right or wrong in what you do and what I do. My opinion means nothing. Honestly, it doesn't mean anything. I'm one dude. I'm one dude throwing out random shit out there so I can get people to support me and people to like me. But no matter what I do, if people don't like me, they're not gonna like me. If people like me as is, then I can do no wrong, really, unless I really piss people off, But see, Perpetual, you are referring to in terms of PvP. I'm assuming arena, right? But in terms of PvE, I don't think Kidufei offers me, my account, anything that I cannot already do. And I think that's what I'm trying to say to people, is that when we talk about units, we always refer to, well, this unit is designed to counter this unit, but this game isn't just about PvP. In order to gain materials, you have to do PvE, which is 95% of the content. Just like all games out there, there are gacha systems. You do all this work to trickle down to potentially just PvPing at the end of your career playing the game, right? People call it end game. Am I right? So when you're thinking in those terms, yes, Kidufei would definitely help you conquer, say, Sid or Venera. But most of us don't care about PvP as much and only think about PvE. Little Leela, in my honest opinion, forget Little Leela, just talk about arithmeticians, has changed the scope of this game so much in terms of farming. And that's why I feel like those units definitely make a much bigger impact on your account than, say, someone like, oh my god, I really need to counter Dwayne for next month. I mean, honestly, I hate to say this, but who cares? Who cares about Dwayne? Maybe he's dominating arena, but are you truly competing in the top 100 of arena? You have to ask yourself that. And if you are not, then what is it that you actually care about? The rewards is shit, and we all know it's shit. It's garbage. It's garbage rewards. People don't PvP for rewards. People PvP for bragging rights and make themselves feel good or whatever other reasons. But generally speaking, it makes them feel good about themselves and make them feel good about, or maybe even make them feel good about why they're spending in this game. So that's how I look at it, right? That's my perspective, is that PvE way dominates in this specific game than any other game I've ever played that has something to do with gacha systems. You're right. You Perpetual, I don't think you're wrong. And that's something I've been telling people for months. That was the original cornerstone of my account was that I told people it's all about units that you want to use to accomplish something, right? The SRs, the MRs, and even the Rs are designed to conquer PvE content. Everybody knows Gilgamesh by now, you know, the YouTuber. Everybody knows him. All he showcases is those units. He doesn't use UR units. So unless you want to speed up your process of PvEing, then you want to go and lean towards the URs. But generally speaking, you're absolutely correct. URs are designed for perhaps mostly arena and actually Guild Wars, right? Guild Wars and then arena. I don't care about Dwayne. I don't give two shits about Dwayne, man. I don't really care. I know like people say he's really good. I mean, hey, listen, we've been down this path every single month. Every single unit that comes out, everyone says, oh my god, he's really good. 2 months later, you don't really hear people talking about that unit anymore. Remember KR Stern? Yeah, everyone's like, oh my god, KR Stern, so good. He is really good. But you don't really hear too much about him anymore. Ever since Kane came out, and ever since Dwayne came out. Everyone's all about Kane, and then Dwayne, you know? Yeah, you're right. AoE definitely is very dominant in PvE. It's just really about farming. See, the thing is, like, the way you're saying it, Perpetual, is like not everyone has the luxury, right, to build a unit just at will. Like, a lot of players are free to play, so a lot of us, I include myself in free to play, is like not a lot of us have the ability to hey, I'm gonna build this unit this week. You know, it's very hard. The game is designed to kind of choke us. There's a lot of chokeholds in this game. Kane Dwayne. That's gonna be my son's name. His name is gonna be Kane Dwayne. Hey Nash, what's the best combo you did on Arena? I don't know. I mean, I've used all kinds of combos, but generally speaking, now I just rely on one magic, one slash, and one pierce. So that's my combo. You can interchange a lot of those units nowadays, right? You don't have to rely on a specific unit, because a lot of units are really good for Arena. I mean, we have seen footage of MR units doing really well. I've lost to many combos where they only use the MR tank. And I feel like I've dumped enough cash in this stupid ass game sometimes that I feel like, why am I losing to them? But hey, this game is balanced, right? This game is very well balanced. By the way, only 200 people watched my Arena video. I think the last Taco Tuesday, where I actually fought myself. I found my free-to-play account and I attacked that account. And for those of you who haven't seen the ending, I'm not going to tell you. But for those who have seen it, you can also already know that, hey, sometimes money isn't the actual end game, right? Kane plus Dwayne. Hey, by the way, there's a new show called Dwayne plus Kane. Main Kane, Dwayne, now enemy slain. Exactly. Hey, one of my co-leaders runs Dwayne and Kane. Because you know what? They're flavors of the month, man. The flavors of the month. Actually, Edward, you should go check it out. Just check it out if you got the time. Just fast forward to the end. It's towards the end. Like, the way I look at it is like, this game, it's so diverse. Like, people don't understand how good this game is designed. Like, people don't pay attention to the tiny little details that makes this game great. And I think the entitlement that players have, it's what ultimately makes them become blind to many of the things that's going on in this game. The tiny little details that people don't pay attention to is what make this game awesome. Each single week, I learn something new from you guys, from viewership, from the general public, from my guildies. I learned something new about this game, and I'm just like, wow. I can't believe that the creators of this game put so much effort in creating the tiny little details to make this game great, right? Sure, there's some conspiracy theories out there. Sure, there may be some, you know, things here and there that we nitpick about, and those, perhaps some of them are warranted. But I think this is one of the finest product that a company has put out in a very long time in terms of mobile gaming. Thanks, Edward. The tiny little details. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people there doing it just to go through the motions, right? and they're successful, you know, I mean, one thing, you can't knock on people for being successful. I think I'm successful in what I want to do with YouTube and myself, right? Do I want to have 100,000 subscribers and make fat cash each month where I don't have to work anymore? Sure, why not? Why wouldn't I want that for myself? I'm not there, you know, it's gonna take an awful long time to climb up there. But there's plenty of people that have to go through such journeys, if you will, like a RPG, right? Like an RPG, you have to go through the journeys and have experience. I just actually recently, I'm in a transition to switch to DaVinci, right? Because DaVinci is, I think, is the best video editor on the market. Even the free one is the best. I've been using something else, and I think right now I'm gonna take January to really learn everything about DaVinci, and hopefully some of the visions that I have in my brain that I envision of trying to present the information to the community I will get better results with my video editing skills. And I think that's one thing I love about YouTube, is the fact that it's like art, right? It is art, right? It is ultimately art. You present something to the community, and you present it in a way that you envision it, and you want to show that out to the world. It's like directors making movies. It's like people doing paintings, you know, people creating video games. Those are all forms of art. Even cooking, by the way. Cooking is art, right? And hopefully that will get better for me in 2021. And that's my number one goal, is I hope to present things better. Level up. I think I did level up. Like I start off as a level one squire. I think right now maybe I'm like a level 40 knight. Hopefully in 2021 I'll be a level 70, I don't know, level 70 battle mage or something. This is much faster than me doing a solo, but the solo, obviously, I don't have to sit here. I kind of wish I had Eldyra right now, then we could be farming Shiva. I know a lot of you guys want to farm Shiva during the stream, but yeah, it's okay if I don't get that stupid ass coat. I mean, I don't mind if I don't get Lasera, to be honest. I know, right? You got 63 recipe of healing mace. That's crazy. Level 1 crook. What do you mean level 1 crook? Who's a level 1 crook? A level 70 dancer. I would like to be a level 70 singer. I have a 4B H leader, but I don't want to play it because I'll never be able to finish the rest. JJJ, don't say that. You'll get to finish her soon. Amazing run, Nash. Thanks. Hey, yeah, thank you for coming and playing with me. One day you will be a level 35 Mafia boss. No thanks. I don't want to be a Mafia boss. Alpha's taking all the damage. 1200 hits. I want to be a level 99 battle priest. That's like one of my, like, no. A level 99 monk. I love monks. I remember that's always the class I wanted to play in most RPGs if the monk is well designed, right? Even in Diablo, the monk was terribly designed, right? Was it Diablo 3? Oh man, that monk sucks, man. I made one, but I was like, man, this monk is garbage. I like the monks in Final Fantasy too, or Tactics. Yeah, Jay, but the thing is, if you have both arithmeticians, life for you is much easier in terms of farming things. Both solo and multiplayer. And I'm gonna be working on Eldyra probably for until the 1 year anniversary hits on global. That's my next goal, is to get Eldyra running. I mean, sure, Y'shtola is not that great anymore, but yeah, I mean, she's still really good for the tower. Like, she essentially was the first unit that was doing lots of AoE damage. And now that they buffed her, I think she will be maybe like she can rival that of Mediana. Okay, Alpha, no problem. This is your last one. I think this will be my last one as well. We can move on to farming something else. And then I'll call it maybe in like 20 minutes. And then I'll go get something to eat. And then I'll start working on the video for tomorrow. And then I gotta go walk my dogs, feed my dogs, and go back to watching my show for the evening. I'm trying to finish Vikings. Have you guys, any of you guys seen Vikings? I mean, I know it's an old show, but the last season was released, and I'm gonna try to finish that tonight before I go to bed. And then I'll go to work tomorrow and make some money, and of course, dream about what Transformers I want to buy. What vision card is your second player running? I'll be farming dreams. Very nice. Farming dreams it's one of the best things a human being can do. I love dreaming sometimes. You ever get that? Do you guys ever get this thing where you're like dreaming and then you wake up to go to the bathroom or something and then you fall back asleep and you continue your dream? That's like, oh, man, that's like one thing I love about life. It's like sometimes I'm wide awake, but I want to go back to sleep to continue that lovely dream that I had. Like seriously, sometimes I've done that. I will fall back asleep just to see if I can continue that dream. Yes, the last season out on Amazon Prime. Yes, that's what I'm watching it. I'm actually a couple of episodes in. Last night, I had to go back and watch part 1 of season 6, Jay. So, and I'm fully caught up now. So now I'm working on finishing it tonight. 1 out of 100 dreams, it happens. Yeah, I love it. Like last night I had a cool dream. I was going back in time with my friend. And we're looking at all these Nintendo, Super Nintendo, PlayStation, and things like that. And we were talking like, man, maybe I should just buy a bunch of this stuff, and then I can go back and go forward in time again, and then just make millions selling this stuff. And then I woke up, it's like, man, I want to go back and keep continuing that dream because it was such a fun dream for me, you know. I'm not sure what the vision card my second player is running. Let me check it out. Yes, Pedro, we're gonna keep farming. We're gonna farm some more. I'm at 102. What do I need? I need 126 to make 2 copies. So if Alpha is leaving, do you guys want to keep farming the healing mace? Because I think you should. I think ideally you should get 2 healing maces anyways. Do you guys want to keep farming this, or you guys wanna call it? This person is using the Mobius Despair Truth. Is really good for this map because it gives you magic damage and missile attack resistance. Really good card, Jay. Really good card. Mobius collab way back. Yep. All right, Alpha. Thanks for coming tonight and hanging out with us. All right, let's do it. Let's farm some more maces for fun, then. Maybe if I can hit to 126, then I can end it. Unless, of course, it's taking too long to do that. I can just do that on my own. Because if I farm 2 pairs, if I can farm 2 pairs, then essentially then I can just start farming the Shiva one for the rest of the week. Thank you, Edward, for hanging out, man. I appreciate it always. I need more mace? Yeah, let's do it. Then we'll keep farming for a bit, no problem. Because generally speaking, around 11:30 is when a lot of people, you know, they go do other things. So we'll need one more, guys. We need one more, guys. I think it'll be pretty hard to do it with 3. Well, I mean, technically speaking, they already have that, right? It's the exchange shop. You can exchange things. Of course, you lose I'm always the type of person that don't think you should be able to trade in game, because ultimately it ruins the game. When you can trade is when people try to take advantage, and then they break the game, and then the game dies. I remember one of the first gacha games I ever played was a G.I. Joe gacha game. Some of you guys may know this game, some of you guys may not. But it was a game that was out probably like solid 7 years ago. It was a G.I. Joe card game in which you can farm during events like cards of characters from G.I. Joe, and then you can merge them to form like the most powerful version. And that game was really good at its time. I loved it because it was G.I. Joe, and there's not too many good G.I. Joe games out there. Personally, I hope in 2021, my personal wish is some company make an awesome G.I. Joe gacha game. That's what I wish, and I pray and hope. Are we gonna get murdered? Something happened here. Something is going on that we're getting destroyed. What's going on? What happened? We don't have any speed. We have 0 speed. And we need Mediana in the second slot. Because what happens is Mediana tries to go up and try to hit those archers. We need Mediana to take out these gunners down here, one shot. But anyway, so alright, Edward, take care. Happy New Year. So anyways, that game was designed in the point where you're allowed to trade in that game. And ultimately the game died. Because once you're allowed to trade, then people take advantage, right? And then the abuse comes in, and then subsequently the company weren't making any money and they died. So can we get Mediana in the second spot? Because I think that's what the problem was. There you go. Just come back in. Yeah, there you go. Pull out and rejoin, see if this works. Because I think that's what did it last time. And then I'll switch to a speed card, since everyone is using the other card. So this should work. No. Pedro, switch back. Or actually, somebody switch out of this card. We need the Trousseau card to do the most damage, I think. Let me switch to this. And then can we have what is that card? Ramu? Actually, your card is probably good enough. What's the yeah, that's perfect. That's actually, what am I doing? Yeah, that's good. That card is actually better than probably most people's Ramu. Sorry guys, can one of you guys switch back to the other card? Anyways, so that game was really good, and actually I made like $1,200 off of that game. Because the game is already over, so the companies can't do anything anymore about it anyways, but I used to take items because you can trade items in that game. Right? And so I used to sell items in that game to other people since you can trade items. And I was making like I made like $1,200 in like a month. And oh, I think what's his name got mad and he left. I don't think this is gonna work. We need here. I'll switch to Mediana. And then we'll use a calculator in the other spot. Happy New Year! Hey Ben, how you doing? Happy New Year to you and your family. I guess your kids are sleeping, right, Ben? I think we should be good now. I think she can handle this situation. You're going something different, Kalor, huh? Alright. Let's try this combo. I don't know why you switched to Kane, but... Well, man, so busy these days. Well, I mean, busy is good, right? Busy keeps you... Busy keeps you buckled down, right? There's a delay, Pedro. There's a delay in streams. Who's your tank? We actually didn't have a tank. We just had, well, technically speaking, we had one person that take all the damage and die, which what Pedro essentially is doing. I don't know why I did that. Why is my unit, who is my unit attacking? Okay, this is all jacked up. I installed the 64-bit, but for some reason I can't run. I think hardware issue. I'm getting code error. So you have to go back and you have to change out all the settings to be the highest possible. And if that's not working, then it could be your computer. It's okay, we're just testing this. We had a long smooth run earlier. Alpha was the tank, Ben. Alpha, he was on with his calculator, and he kept dying, and so we just used him as a tank, and then we were res him, and then we were fine. But the trick is, I think the Mediana needs to kill these 5 shooters, or else we just get wiped. Yeah, see, I won't be able to answer that. Yes, Ben was the one that helped me do it, Kana. If you want to do that, just go to Discord and he will walk you through all that. He helped me do this, and since then I haven't had too many issues. Are you gonna solo these guys? There's 5 of them. Kalorama, this is on stream. If you can kill these guys, you're gonna dominate. Well, never mind, you got disabled. No, Pedro, we don't need, technically speaking, boost agi, because we didn't have that last time, and we were fine. I think we just need to make sure that Mediana is not facing away from the gunners. So we need Mediana in the second slot. Hey Pedro, leave the room and then rejoin. Here, I'll help you here. Oh, never mind. You want to do it that way? That's fine. This should work. No, he's switching to Mediana. Let's do it that way. That's fine. If it doesn't work, then we're gonna have to switch it out. And if that doesn't work, then we can just call it. It's not a big deal. All right, this should work as long as the Medianas are killing fast. There you go. You don't have to manual. It should automatically do this. Happy New Year, Koi. I was wondering where you were at, man. Hey, listen, it's still New Year because it's not midnight. If it was January 2nd, then yeah, it might be a little too late, but I figure you were hanging out with your family or something, you know? But it's never too late. I did run a little bit late tonight, though. My stream usually lasts like 2 hours. 2.5 the most, but... that is the weakness of not having instant cast. That's not going to be enough damage. I think we might wipe again. We'll see. I think the best way to run this is 3 arithmeticians and 1 Mediana. Because Mediana can't take hits. Not a whole lot. We've just been hanging out, talking about random things. I think the biggest one is I'm trying to do a survey about what do you think is the worst unit of 2020? And it's MR or higher rarity. It's all good, Pedro. This is not an easy stage. This stage is like brutal, right? So it's not very easy. Yeah, we used a tank last time, and I think that was fun. Pedro, maybe you can just no, wait. This is your opportunity to win right here. Oh no, you decided to cast auto restore instead. Why did you cast auto restore? Sorry, Carl, you're gonna have to manual this. So sad. Dang, those sharpshoot hurt, man. If you can get an AoE off right here, you should win. Get an AoE. Yeah, there you go. We got this. We just got to tweak it a little bit. Hey Ben, by the way, did you already farm off all your all the new lab coat, whatever it is called? I think it's called Lacerna. Have you farmed your 63 copies of Lacerna yet, Ben? I am not going after Thangred. No thank you. No Thancred. No Thancred. Yeah, I don't really enjoy him. I don't have an attachment to him. He doesn't do anything for me. I'm working on my second one. Are you farming auto on brutal? Or are you farming on high and you just auto farming? Because I only have 6 recipes. Because I forgot to turn off. During my auto farming, I forgot to turn off this stupid Whimsy Chop trigger. So I woke up this morning and I sat there and stared at my screen. I have 600 energy left and it says that I just triggered the Whimsy Chop. Oh wow, you're kicking Brutal's ass, huh? Okay. I got you. That makes sense. So something is wrong. For some weird reason, the Mediana is not killing these guys on his own. Yeah, I already have... I guess essentially I have every dark unit in the game that I need, besides Dwayne. Grads Canna. I don't know what's going on. Why is the second slot? We didn't have this issue before. Why is Mediana doing this? You're using Grace? Yeah, Pedro, did you turn off your LB? Is that what it is? Yeah, but she should use it there because those guys were already taking damage. We ran this with no problem when Alpha was here, Ben, and then Alpha took off, and then for some reason our comp is all jacked up. See if your Cosmic Plume is turned off, because she should do Cosmic Plume. We had no problem with this setup. There was this exact same setup. The other option is maybe we can just use a tank. Alright, if this doesn't work, then I think we need to just call it. It's not that I care about energy or anything like that, but if we keep losing, then we're actually just not doing anything. You have to manual it. See, that's more than enough to kill them all. That's weird. Do you want me to fill in one match? Sure, if you want to come in. Because I don't think we're going to win if... The problem with this comp is you need 3 calculators to kill the top. You only need 1 Mediana to kill the bottom. Now we're stuck with 2 Medianas that are going to be within range of the Arrowmen, and then we're just going to get picked apart. Are you going to bring a tank, Ben? Wow, 3-man. You 3-man this brutal? I mean, if you have a tank, it's actually not hard at all. If your tank has arrow resistance, it's pretty easy. Or not arrow resistance, missile resistance. These guys hit really, really hard from a distance. And if they get to go in consecutive like that, they'll beat you. They'll beat us. It's because of the cast time, really. Because as they're charging, the enemy gets to go next, and boom, they die. But let's see what happens here. Probably should be using Drain if you're going to manual. Yep. GG. Oh, wow. Those archers are actually coming down. That's hilarious. I've never seen that before. Carl can solo them by himself anyways, but... it's just not going as smooth. Some of us actually have to manual, which shows the age of Mediana, right? Mediana's age is finally being exposed. I desperately need to get a haircut. Yeah, Pedro has a calculator. Now the calculators are off range, so it's because their movement is so low, right? It's gonna take a little time to get there. That's why they need to be down here alive so they can do the damage. And the only reason we were doing it is we had 3 calculators and the Mediana was actually killing the 5 gunners. And that was a super smooth, those are super smooth runs. Like, we weren't even thinking. I mean, we were getting 63 runs and like 63 copies in like an hour, what, an hour? I start off in the 50s. I'm in the 100s, so I almost got like what, 50s. Of course, they didn't give us any on that one. I wish they allow me to like move you guys around. I think that's maybe a feature they need to give us. What I could do is, hey Ranty, how you doing? Happy New Year. Hey Pedro, I'm gonna remove you and Carl, and then you guys just rejoin, okay? I'm gonna remove you guys. And then just rejoin, Pedro, just rejoin. I will check it, Ben, after this. Happy New Year, Ranty. I hope you had a good New Year. So there's going to be a delay, Pedro. I just removed you, but when you come, there you go. There, we should be fine now. There should be no reason to lose now if everything's right. Oh my God! Did I just crash? I just crashed. I'm sorry, folks. That was terrible. How your Shiva run going? We're not doing Shiva runs, Ranty. We did them earlier and we had no issues. Wait a second. Are you doing 3-man Shiva runs, Ben? I haven't crashed in years. That was terrible. Okay, we'll do it one more time just to make sure that we can conquer this, because we can't end this stream on a sour note. Oh, attempting. All right, I gotcha. Well, I don't think it's hard to actually auto Brutal Shiva. I think you just need the right combos. Sure, Kana, it's here. Here, Kana, go watch. You don't have to watch any videos. All you gotta do is go to my channel and click on any one of my most recent videos, In the description should have my invitation, and all you gotta do is copy and paste that in your Discord, and you're more than welcome to come hang out. I think the last 2 weeks I've been posting my Discord information in my description. And there's a channel, it's called Thick Thighs Save Lives. And there's a lot of us in here that are frequent people that come into my stream on Fridays. They come in there and we chat it up about random things. See, there you go. This is exactly the setup. Yes, thank you, Every Square. We also have a channel in Every Square Alliance. And I probably need to, I mean, I'll leave that up to Square if he wants me to advertise his Discord. Or not. I don't advertise your Discord because it's not my Discord or my guild's Discord. So I didn't feel like I was comfortable enough to do that. But yes. I'm actually, thank you Square Inch, by the way, for allowing me to do that. Essentially now I have 2 different channels and 2 different Discords where people can come in and hang out with me and or any other War of the Vision players. And so far it's been very good. We've been getting a lot of people. We've been getting a lot of people coming in on my guild's Discord, and my guild's been more than happy to accommodate people coming in. So please Nash, it's a small community. So wait, are you saying please Nash don't do it, or please Nash invite the community? Oh no, did Clora leave? I think he got disconnected. Oh, Kana's here. Kana, do you have a Mediana? Or do you... Well, we just needed... The key to this run is you have to kill those 5 gunners on the bottom. If we don't kill them, we lose. Okay, I will invite, no problem. I will go ahead and start advertising that. You want to come on in then, Ben? Oh, never mind. Well, I guess it depends on if Kana has... That's up... Yeah, that's all you, Square. Yeah, put the link in here. Yes, please. Do you guys want me to... Oh, there we go. Hey, Clora, do you have a arithmetician by chance? If not, then we can run this. We should be fine either way. Because we just have to make sure our 2 arithmeticians... I just want to make sure our 2 arithmeticians don't get killed off. Because you need the 2 arithmeticians to literally just destroy those 4 archers on top. And it's like literally like the first run has like it's like a 30-second run. It's such an easy run once you have the exact setup. Which, by the way, I will add that to the video because that's something I would love for us to see is me, the leader can just manipulate the people in the room. Just switch the slots up. That'd be awesome. I think we should be good now. For some weird reason, we just had a lot of issues the first run. And this is easy, see? 2 arithmeticians. Had trouble with searching my vision cards. Forgot this is a new instance. Yep, no problem. So as you guys see, I did actually got kicked 1 time during a stream. So that's like almost a 3-hour stream. And I only disconnected once. And I didn't reset this either. I was actually running this. I was running this instance all day long on my computer. And usually if you idle too long, it usually likes to kick you. But I've had no issues at all. That was the first time you guys saw that I disconnected all day long. This should be pretty easy. But that's right, Kalora. I knew you had a dad because you always bring her before. This should be like easy mode right now. I should time this. Let's time this. No, we can just kind of guess now. All right, let me see if we can get to quickly. Okay, let's just do a few more runs. I know it took us a while to figure this out, but a few more runs should only be like a few minutes anyways, right? So let's do, I don't know. Let's do maybe 10 runs, right? Hopefully we'll get enough recipes. See, this is all autoing. This should be easy. Now those 5 guys are dead. Now we kill those archers. Boom. Go up there, boom, dead. Okay, so this has been what, like 15 seconds? Disable 1 unit, no problem. Targeting 1 unit is no problem. One. It's probably been about 40 seconds now. Maybe a minute. So one more hit as game. No deaths, easy money, no tanks. I think we're out of range. Yep, there he is. That's probably like what? Maybe a minute run? Come on, give me like 6 recipes. Nope, just 2. So once you have it down, it's fairly easy, right? Brutal or not. Shiva is actually pretty easy too if you have two Eldiras, right? Did you just crash again, Kana? Do you need to run? Anybody else need to get healing mace? Because if nobody else needs it, then we can probably just end the stream here. We can, I think most of you guys probably don't need healing mace anymore. I think everyone's trying to get the new item. Okay, Ben, come on in and we should be good. Carl came back. All right, let's try this. If we fail this run, then I'm gonna call it because we have the perfect setup. So if it doesn't work, then something else is going on. And then I can just end the stream because I need to take a break. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I think if I'm in my 20s, I'll be streaming like 12, 15 hours, no problem. But when you get older, man, everything seems harder. I think Carl got disconnected this time. No, we screwed up though. We did screw up, but I think if they kill Pedro, that's fine because Pedro was only supposed to kill the... If you had an OnlyFans, I would support. Listen, I'm not doing those type of videos, man. Those are not the type of videos I would be doing. I know about OnlyFans. How all these girls are making millions doing those type of things. This is supposed to be a family friendly. This is supposed to be a family friendly stream here, guys. Family friendly stream, guys, please. No OnlyFans. I want to see your wife who's not you. Oh, okay, never mind. Listen, if I can stream for hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, I would totally do it. But that is not happening. I do not have the power to make 100K a year streaming. I always wonder why some people just get subscribers. There must be some sort of like natural draw to those humans. I think somebody got kicked again. Who got kicked? I think Carl got kicked. I hope so, Ben. I hope I'll reach to a certain point one day. I don't know when I'll be feeling comfortable to turn on donation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know when I'll be feeling comfortable to do that, because it always seems like when people do that, like, I know like some people run Patreon, but I'm thinking to myself, what could I offer to the people what could I offer in terms of service, you know, to people that they're willing to give me like $10 a month or whatever, you know? I mean, logically speaking, people who play this game, who spend like thousands, like $10 a month is like a drop in the bucket. But then it's like, I gotta offer something more than just me hanging out and streaming, you know, which I obviously enjoy right now, you know, as is. But I think asking people for like money always, like, I don't know, it always irks me a little bit, because it's like I don't know. It's not that I feel like shameful, but some people have no hesitation to do it. I have to offer something more than just. No, let me take that back. That might be perceived wrong. I have to offer something more. No, man, I'm not going down that route. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like there has to be a little bit more to it, more content or substance. But I can see some people want me to summon more. You know what I mean? Like, some people like want me to summon. Like, hey, Nash Taters, we want you to like. See, you got kicked off too, Ygraph. Something's going on. We want people to like totally like, you know, like for you to feature all the units, you know. But is that really a thing though? Like, would people really want to see every unit on my account? You know what I mean? And honestly, like, there's no guarantee in summoning in this game. It's not like the other gacha games, right? We're getting a lot of crashes. You guys notice that? It's like every game will get a crash. But honestly though, like, if I do start doing donation acceptance, then I wanted to make sure people write down what is they're actually donating to, right? If people want to donate, like, I do still want to do that thing where like I will have a actual specific funds for donating to charities. That's something I definitely want to do. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of time it just takes time, Kenzen. That's what it is, right? Ultimately, it's just time. But you know what I'm saying is, it gets to the point where when do you really want to open up the floodgates or open up the gates to allow donations to occur? Because right now I'm not doing this for money. Clearly, I'm not at that status yet, but we'll see. I mean, when the time comes when the time comes. You know, it's not a big deal. I just don't want to turn people off by allowing people to have that feeling like I'm doing this just to make money, you know? Pedro's already in. I agree, Kana. I've been crashing on my phone quite a bit too. All right, so since we're making smooth runs, 5 more runs and then we're good. Because I'm getting really, really tired. My back is like hurting now. The old man syndrome is kicking in. And then, of course, I have to walk my dogs. And I think, Pedro, you can switch back because your speed is not catching up in order for us to use Cosmic Plume. So looks like Kalor is taking the tanking duties this run. I do have a question to ask you guys that are still in the room. How do you guys feel about people integrating different aspects into the same channel, right? What I'm saying is this. Let's say I want to do something else in my channel other than talking about War of Divisions. Do people feel like it's more off-putting that people are running multiple subjects in the same channel? Or is it better to just start off a brand new channel? I always like wondered about that. Because a lot of the channels out there that are really popular, you know, amongst the planet, are generally speaking, they cover the same thing, right? All day, all the time. And if they want to cover another topic or another aspect of their lives, they start a brand new channel. They don't cover everything in one channel because not everyone is tuned in to the channel for always just a person, right? They're tuned in for a subject that they share. So, I mean, you think most people follow for personality, and for example, then why would, let's say, everybody knows Ryan, right? That little kid that reviews toys on YouTube. He is the #1 YouTuber last year. He made like 26 million or something insane. So when he started reviewing toys and he started doing other things, they started brand new channels. The other channels definitely have less hits because it's a different topic. You know, it's not him just talking about toys. But if I say started doing vlogs on this channel, or I started talking about toys and stuff, the people who enjoy this game won't necessarily watch those videos. Do you see what I'm saying? Then it's like, then am I doing too much on the channel? And should I be like starting new channels to do those other subjects? A lot of people like to put their eggs in one basket. Yeah, I think that's what you mean. Like, people they create one channel for one subject, and if they want to cover something else, they just create another channel. For me, it's much easier if I just cover all sorts of aspects of my life on one channel, you know, obviously, but I have to do some research psychologically what would be the best, you know. So it looks like I'm to tank this run. Wow, they took a lot of turns. Man, look at this. The strength of arithmeticians is just overbearing, isn't it? It's not Nash Tater's War of Divisions gaming, it's just Nash Tater's gaming. Well, it is. So if I was to change Nash Tater's gaming to say Nash Tater's lifestyle, right? For example, I changed in my channel and I'm going a different route. Do you think people be like, oh man, that sucks, he's covering other things now, I'm gonna just walk away? I believe there will be people that do that though. Because remember, like, for those of you who watch Cabbage, remember he started doing other things on his channel? Like he was covering, well, we all know he covers Monster something, right? Monster Bash. and that game is pretty popular in Japan, but it's not popular in the States. So he doesn't get that many views on those videos, which is understandable. But I think once he started talking about like his life, like he was talking about how he went shopping, he says he wants to talk about like clothing and fashion and things like that. I was thinking people for him are definitely into his personality. So whatever he decided to do on his channel, people are gonna watch. But I'm clearly right now, I'm not saying now, I'm saying for the future. When I hit a certain point of where I'm satisfied with what I'm doing, then am I ready to kind of take on, start changing where the channel's direction is going. Well, I don't think you have to do anything special. You just have to do something that people can relate to, right? Special, it's kind of a strong word, because what exactly are people doing special nowadays? The stuff that I personally watch, people do all the same thing. Everyone almost do the exact same thing. So, like, what is House doing now? Like, is House covering just still Final Fantasy Brave Exvius? I haven't followed up House in a long time. Wait, isn't he doing Genshin Impact now or something? Last time I checked. But see, I always find that to be peculiar because you will have to really enjoy those games as well. Like, there's no reason for me to watch Cabbage's videos if he doesn't play the same games I play. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason for me to. I enjoy his outlook, but I don't really need to look at his outlook on something that I personally don't care about. Because I remember when I was doing Lego on my channel, I didn't really get too many views because people who play World Divisions didn't play Lego, you know, the Lego game. It's something I've been thinking about though. Since I'm approaching 1,000 subscribers, I've been thinking about it a lot because I do have other plans I want to do in terms of YouTubing. And I didn't just want to cover games, you know. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, there were other games I thought about playing. You know, there's other games I want to play on my channel, but so far I haven't really run into another game that I really feel like I need to cover. There are just not enough games for me to really think about covering, to be honest. Drone Racers. I mean, to be fair though, that Lego game didn't really have too many players to begin with, so it's kind of like I'm always picking niche games and niche markets. Like, besides video games, my main passion is toys. And my other, you could say it's passion, but more or less it's like hobby-ish, is cooking. And so those are three things that I enjoy the most in life, you know? I mean, I can go on. I mean, I like basketball, I like sports, I like UFC and things like that. But I learned that in YouTube, even if you are famous and you do podcasting, not everybody's into that kind of stuff. All right, so let's do 3 more runs and I'm done, okay? 3 more runs, folks, 3 more runs. So this is run number 3. But we'll see. Brand new year, of course, I start brewing, you know, brand new ideas in my brain. But, you know, I gotta Like the song from Jordan Sparks, One Step at a Time. It is one step at a time. By the way, whatever happened to Jordan Sparks? She was really good at her time. I don't know what happened to her. She kind of just like disappeared. Poor Nash Taters keep getting slaughtered by these bowmen. All I can say is stay tuned for 2021, right? It may be a humongous year for a lot of us, so. These units are arithmeticians are definitely, I think arithmeticians are, I don't want to use the word overpower because they're not overpowered, but they're very powerful. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Cabbage. How you doing, Cabbage? I'm not gonna lie, I was actually wondering, I was not gonna lie, I was wondering when are you gonna grace us with your presence on my stream. And I guess Happy New Year to you. First off, Cabbage, Happy New Year. Second off, I'm really happy you're here because your name gets mentioned quite a bit in my stream. Because I know you're in Japan, right? So your hours are definitely exactly the opposite of where I think you're 13 hours ahead. So I'm great. I'm great. How are you? I guess you're not working, obviously, so today will be January 2nd. Oh my god, Quack. How you doing? Quack is here too. Haven't seen you in a while. Happy New Year, Quack. Oh, I ain't nobody. Okay, come on now. I think it's fair to say that most people view you as the representation of War of Divisions community, right? If not necessarily global, but probably for sure, maybe like JP for sure. But I think you're definitely a good representation of both because of the fact that, you know, you have your upbringing from both cultures. And in many cases, you're mature about the positives and negatives of both upbringings. So yes, Happy New Year. Happy New Year for sure. Actually, I was just getting ready to end it, but since you guys are all here, we can just keep slushing along, you know? The adult of War of the Visions content creator. That's a good one, yeah. I mean, he's definitely very mature about a lot of subjects. I mean, I mean, I don't think I'm immature, but I think some of my responses to certain situations have been a little bit quick under the gun kind of feel, you know. Since the party's here, anyone want to run Shiva Brutals? We probably should run some Shiva Brutals. But as promised, we have what, 2 more runs on this? And then we can run some Shiva Brutals. Thing is, Cabbage doesn't really play a lot of global, right? So what do you think? What do you think, Cabbage? Like, what do you think of the what do you think of Hiroki's letter that he wrote to us? Don't worry about us. Well, I'm glad you came to say hi, but I just want to ask you, what do you think about the way the direction global is going? You know, like, do you feel like that's something you foreseed or foresaw, I guess, whatever the word is? Because I think Mr. Hiroki wants to take global in a completely different direction, more or less, than the JP server, which personally I'm up for it. You know, I'm happy that they're going that way. But why don't you tell us what you think? Did he already leave? I'm not sure how long he was. He just came in to say hi because there's a delay. There's a delay in my stream. There's actually a big delay. I just realized it's like at least 10 seconds. Okay, Pedro, you have a good one. Happy New Year and take care, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I agree. I think global players do enjoy surprises. Like I personally love surprises. I like to wake up and see a surprise rather than, you know, someone telling me what I should be doing for the next 6 months. It takes away the whole, you know, adaptive kind of feel rather than like planning feel, you know. Okay, sounds good, Pedro. Maybe I'll be there. I mean, I work tomorrow, but maybe I'll be there on Sunday. I don't know about YouTube. What do you mean? What do you mean, Ben? What do you mean by that? Are you gonna kill the stream? No, I don't think I'm gonna kill it just yet. I mean, just imagine if I had killed the stream, I would have missed Cabbage and Quack, huh? Well, anywho, Cabbage still here. Keep up the good work, and I think all of us I can honestly say most of us, if not all of us, are happy that you're still playing the game. If you use the YouTube streaming, you can cut that down with OBS if you use that. I use OBS. I use OBS, except I stream through YouTube. Either way, this was supposed to be the last run anyways. No, Quack, man, your time zone is different than us. Remember, you're in the other side of the world. I think normally Cabbage wouldn't be stopping by either way because of the fact that usually it'll be like Saturday. Nah, I mean, honestly, like, I think your coverage of JP is probably, to me, honestly, is more interesting. Because essentially the stuff that you go over allows global players to kind of have a clear understanding of what to expect on global, right? There's no reason to do that. But in terms of the fact that in 2021 we may be heading into a different direction for global, then yeah, maybe doing more global coverage on your channel is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Alright, I'm disbanding this room and we're gonna do some Shiva runs. So Ben, do you want to start a Shiva room? Because I don't have Eldara built. Well, yeah, I mean, I think we have too many global content coverage, to be honest. I don't think we have enough JP content coverage. Take care, Pedro. I think honestly, like in my opinion, there's too many global coverage. Because every day I type in War of the Visions, I see like new channels, new people. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I just think that we just have a lot of overlapping. I like the idea of some people covering specific niche areas of the game, and they only do that, and they get popular because of it. I really don't enjoy, for example, if there's like 10 of us all covering news, right? I mean, essentially a lot of us are just doing that, right? We just go through a routine. Every week is the same stuff, you know? Like I've always felt like a lot of stuff, I want to leave it to other people who are more willing to cover those things. Then therefore I don't have to cover it. So I don't have to think about it. I just need to cover new topics and new things that other people don't cover. And I think that's what's all about the community aspect. I think in that sense, it makes perfect sense that way. I think then at that point, then we can have actual legitimate community that we can start relying on each other's stuff. But that's my take though, you know what I mean? Like for example, like it's like I keep saying say his name wrong. Mistia Gaming, is that how you say it? He loves to do should you summon or should you say videos. So essentially I stopped doing those because he does a very good job, right? I think nowadays he only does like those type of videos every couple of days. He does those. And I think that's cool because if that's the area he wants to cover, good for him, right? Then the rest of us don't really have to do those. And then I think Nerd Gaming loves to cover those planning videos for months down the road, and good for him too. Like then I don't have to do that. Personally, I don't enjoy doing that type of content anyways. So people finding little niches in the community pie, then I think that works out. Currently, I think just not enough people covering JP content, right? You have Umbra who covers some aspect of it. Theory Crafting covers some aspect of it. You obviously, and of course, I think, what's his name? Matt Asian, he covers the arena aspect, right? And so for me right now, like, realistically speaking, I'm only covering a few things. I'm covering news, and I try to create topics for Friday Free Thinking, and then, and essentially, I'm one of the few people that actually stream. Other than that, that's pretty much it. Exactly, Quag. Like, I mean, we talked about this like a month ago, right? How a lot of you guys feel that a unit review video is just that. Everyone just reads off of the, what is it called? We just read off the paper and say, I think Rain's gonna be the best tank, yada, yada, yada. And there's no actual footage of it. And that's what everyone did in the beginning, right? Oh, because not everybody had access to level 99 units. And so to me, I was thinking, well, that seems pretty boring because everyone's trying to do the same thing. And if you overload the market with too much product, then people are going to get sick of the product. And eventually everyone's going to start finding their own little thing. And that's why I love certain people covering certain things. Like Aron J, he loves spear units. And you know what? That's awesome because that's essentially what he does for the most part, right? And to me, that's great for the community. That's sort of like an expert on spear users. And I think, personally, I think that's great for us. You know what I mean? Like, if someone likes to do only, like, I don't know, they only like to talk about vision cards all the time. That's be a good little market to carve out. I like to talk about news. I'm not gonna lie. I'm more of like a news guy. I love to talk about news. Cause I feel like, cause when I record my videos, I don't pre-script usually. That's why after I finish recording my video, a lot of times I feel like, oh man, I think I could have done this. I think I could have done that. But most of the time I don't go back and re-record or add more things. Or like try to reshoot something. I'm generally speaking, I yap on for like a 30-minute video and then I condense it down to like a 10-minute video. And so for me, that's what I do. I just yap what's on my mind. I just keep yapping and yapping, and then most of the time when I see like new content, I want to say as much as I need to say while I'm recording, right? And then I go ahead and I edit it to how I want to present it to the community. And for me, I love that part because I don't like to rehearse. I just like to say what comes to my mind right away. And I feel like that's the most natural and that's the most genuine, right? I don't like to, personally, I don't like to like rehearse it so that way it doesn't come as natural. And I think most people can see the transparency aspect of at least how I want to present myself, honestly. Okay, did we just wipe? Because our 2 magic dealers just died. I don't think we can win. We have no healer. Anyways, anyone join the anti-Dwayne club? Yeah, I passed on Dwayne because I don't think Dwayne does anything for me. I know, Ben. I'm not gonna lie. I've been diligently working on my Grace on my free-to-play account to finally feature the Trinity Sisters after almost 1 year. After almost 1 year. Oh, you guys all got stunned. I think this is a wipe because Shiva is not even dead. Yep, this is a wipe. I don't know. Do you guys even think we're gonna get near on global? Because I'm beginning to think more and more we may not get it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just saying things out of my butt, but because I don't think global players even know who Nier is or what Nier is. I certainly didn't know what Nier was. All right, Cabbage. Thank you. Yeah, actually, I'm not gonna sleep tonight, but yeah, thanks for stopping by, though. I appreciate it. Let me see if we can tweak this. Can we tweak this? You guys all got the right gear. Do we need magic resistance? Should we switch to magic resistance? Or do you think that doesn't matter? Also, maybe it's cheaper that way. Pay for the license once. Yeah, maybe. I mean, honestly, they probably should just give us Nier at the same time as global, right? I don't think Nier is for global either because I really begin to think I don't think many people know what Nier is. Should we switch then? Should we switch our vision cards to defense? There's slash resistance on the demon wall, so yeah, Fenrir should work. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I think Perpetual was it Perpetual that asked me? Somebody asked me earlier. What is like the next unit that I'm aiming for? And I said nothing. I know I hate saying that, like nothing. There's literally nothing I'm looking forward to. What I am looking forward to is what special global exclusive collaboration are we going to be getting, right? That will be interesting. Because we know Final Fantasy VII is not going to be a global exclusive. That would be too much. A global exclusive will probably be something like American collaboration companies, right? Not Japanese collaboration. I can't really think of too many American company games or whatever that's global. That would be very interesting to see. I can't wait for that. I got so excited when I read that letter. I'm like, wow, really? We're going to get a global exclusive. I mean, we're already getting a lot of global exclusive stuff, aren't we? It's like anything JP gets, we will eventually get, right? But things we get on global, JP does not get it. I think for the most part, whoever is the producer of the JP server, I think Hiroki, I have to say it, I think Hiroki is doing a better job. But to be fair, Hiroki also gets to not make the same mistakes that the producer is doing on JP. So in that sense, maybe Hiroki, technically speaking, has an easier job because of the fact that he has something to compare it to. No, I think if it's a Final Fantasy Brave Exvius collab, then that wouldn't really be a collab, right? Because this game is already Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna get like Avengers. That would be kind of expensive. Full Metal Alchemist, but isn't that like a hardcore Japanese thing? Wait a second, is Full Metal Alchemist? No, yeah, it's Japanese, right? It's not American. Oh, let me take that back. It wouldn't necessarily be an American thing, right? It would just be something that appeals more to the American players or the global players. New mortgage for Chrono Trigger. Hey, by the way, in America, our interest rate is an all-time low, so you might as well take out a new mortgage to invest in Chrono Trigger. I think we're throwing the kitchen sink and everything else too. Either way, I'm really excited. I say that all the time, but I don't always mean it. I just say it to say it, but this time I'm actually really excited. But I don't want to hype it up too much myself because that's a potential for disaster, right? Naofumi will be the next Warrior of Light. Who is Naofumi? Who's Naofumi? Yeah, we're thinking about redoing ours because we got ours at like 3 something or maybe 4 something. 2.75 is super low. We probably have to redo ours. I don't know. I haven't played that game, so I don't know. I can't really confirm the hype. 2077, like, did that bomb or something? Or is it not good? I thought people said it was a good game. Oh. I think I've seen in the high 2s though. I think I've seen the high 2s with non-government ones. I think most banks are offering loans in the high 2s. So Cyberpunk 2077 is bad? Don't you just hate when that happens? Like, it's pandemic. Why would you rush a game? Like, either release the game during the pandemic or don't release it at all. Because you're under more of a microscope scrutinizing, right? Because if you're releasing under a pandemic, more people have free time. But if you wanted to do, if you didn't care about that, trying to make a few bucks extra during pandemic, and you put out a shoddy product, it's gonna really kill you. It's gonna like kill your company, your game, whatever. I think that's definitely a bad idea. Honestly, I never thought I would hear myself saying the word pandemic during my lifetime. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of companies now are doing that. They're paying for all the fees. I think that's one of the things we need to do for 2021 is to refinance. Well, the thing is, if you release a game and it sucks, right? It feels rushed, but then they patch it up later. It's kind of like you're leaving a sour taste in people's mouths, right? And essentially, then you're asking people to kind of like give them a second chance. When realistically speaking, you shouldn't mess up your first chance to begin with, right? And frankly, I don't like to hear the idea that we're all humans and we make mistakes. Nah, man. Certain jobs, you can't make mistakes. You only get one chance. Imagine me saying, oh, by the way, we did CPR on your husband. You know, I sort of kind of like went halfway. I only did about 50%. I didn't go all the way with my compressions. That probably wouldn't bode very well with people. And people say, what the hell? And be like, yeah, but you know what? I'm human. I make mistakes, right? That's not going to go very well with people. And if you treat everything like if it was life and death, maybe people will put out better products. But that's my point. Like, my point is not about the fact that you need to do a perfect job. My point is, don't rush something. Like, I know it's easy for me to say what I'm saying because I'm sitting here at home in the comfort of my home and not having to deal with pressure from, say, executives on the investment board or whatever, right? I get all of that, right? Because people are under different circumstances when they have to do what they need to do. And to be honest, most of us will never be in those situations to judge others for those things. Yeah, I get it, but in all fairness, that's the difference that sets companies apart, right? You have teams that put out crappy products because, well, they just wanted to. Then you have teams that put out products because their bosses told them to do so. Personally, I feel like if you are an art producer of some kind, like video game producers, whatever, you should be able to stand up and say, listen, no, if this is not how the way it needs to be done, the time it takes to get it done right, then I don't want to do it. Yeah, I don't like that either. Trying your best is not always the answer to everything. But the thing is, for many people, perhaps it is a matter of life or death, right? For example, if you put out a bad product and you lose your job, then potentially that could be life or death for you and your family. Like, I just don't understand how people can put out bad products. You know, what will be the reason? Why? When I hear the word, they rushed it, what will be the reason why they did that? Like, how can the executives give the go-ahead and say, oh yeah, you guys should be putting this out in 10 months, but let's do it in 5. And be like, why? What are you trying to accomplish by forcing us to be rushed? I'll give you an example, right? You guys just gave me an example of 2077. I will give you guys an example of something that I personally deal with, or have dealt with. I collect Transformers. I keep saying it all the time because it is one of my major passions. And this one company, they've been putting out excellent products for the last 2 years. We're talking about, in my opinion, like the best product for that specific market. Then, for some God forbid reasons, one of the most popular characters that everybody wants in their collection, they screwed it up and they rushed it and they did not do and meet the standards that they're used to doing. And for some reason, people said because they rushed the products. The people that created the products were told to push the product out right away. And as a result, the people who created those products weren't actually happy with the final product. But the people who are on the top of the food chain and the company made them push it out. So guess what happens? As a result, reviewers chewed it up. They say it was a piece of crap. Oh, hey Sean, Happy New Year. What have you been hiding and you didn't say anything this entire time? Anyways, it was Starscream, Thundercracker, and Skywarp. So if you know those characters, you know what I'm talking about. And so what happened was, they did not make those products like they show us the pictures months ago, okay? You know, with any toys, they like to give you previews. And I was so excited about replacing the crappy versions that I have. Okay, I was really excited about this set. And guess what happens? They really foobarred the set. And it was terrible. And to be honest, I didn't buy the set. I didn't buy the set. And right now I'm sticking with my crappy versions until one day maybe they can fix it. And if they can fix it, then I'll go back and get it. I'm sorry, Sean. I wasn't trying to be rude, man. I wasn't trying to be rude. I apologize. That wasn't what I was trying to insinuate with you. I was just teasing you. Anyways, Happy New Year. And Soundwave is by far my favorite character. Like I love Soundwave. He is my favorite character of all Transformers. So you and I are on the same boat. What Starscream did they screw up? So this company is a third-party company called Magic Square, and they make legend sizes. So essentially they make tiny figures like these, like really small ones, right? And these small ones are like as good as the really expensive, what they call masterpiece versions. And what happened was Magic Square screwed it up because they pushed out those products too fast. And from what we heard from the grapevine, the creators of those products were told to push it out as quickly as possible because their rivaling companies were also pushing out the exact same characters at the same time. And as a result, the Magic Square, which technically speaking is #1 in the Legends market, pushed out really bad versions of Starscream, Skywarp, and Thundercracker. And as a result, everyone's pushing to buy the other company's product. So that is one instance which, if you just stick to your guns, right? Work on your own timeline. Don't worry about your competitors, because if you put out a better product at the end of the day that lives up to your expectation or lives up to the expectations of the consumers, you're still gonna sell out. Like, there's no way you will lose out to the other companies. But look what happened. They're now losing some of the foothold they had as being the best company in the eyes of many people. Now the other companies are catching up and they're actually surpassing them. Even though the other company, the competitor, are selling the product at a much higher price point. At the end of the day, it's about what people feel about your company, you know? And if it is true that the Cyberpunk 2077 sucks, I think they made the wrong. I feel like they, should have done a better job. It's like, in terms of War of the Visions, right? We always keep saying, did they push out EX Job 25 too fast? I think the communities for both servers feel like it's too fast. It's unnecessary. And the thing is, like, if someone with just the right amount of thinking and intuition to say, no, let's not push this product out yet because the consumers might be upset at it. We don't know what went down in Gumi's or Square Enix's, board of directors meetings, why they decided to make that decision, but they made a decision and they have to live with it, This is why some companies suck and some companies are awesome. It's just what it is. Sean, seriously, you gotta check out the Magic Square. I bought the Soundwave. I bought the Magic Square Soundwave. If you haven't looked up the reviews on YouTube, go check it out. I mean, we're talking about, I'm serious. It's probably like an inch and a half, maybe 2 inch, no, inch and a half rumble and frenzy. I'm telling you, man, I don't know what kind of voodoo black magic they're doing over there, but these little guys are so well done. They're like some of the best toys I've ever seen in that scale. I'm talking about inch and a half rumbles, inch and a half frenzy, and they have their little power drivers. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to alienate the people in stream that don't know it or don't care about Transformers. Okay, I just want Sean to understand how awesome these guys are. Like, I bought the whole set. I bought it on eBay though, because By the time I started collecting again, this 2000, like end of 2020, it was sold out everywhere. No, I understand why they want to push things out too, right? No, not yet. They don't have Devastator, but that's their next big project. The current one is Stunticons. Menasor is on its way out for the Magic Square, so we're gonna have Stunticons in third-party MP size, and then we're gonna have Stunticon in Legend size. I understand why they rush things out too, right? Like I said, my example would be they are competing with a competitor. They're releasing their product, and so this company felt like they need to release theirs at the same time. It's just what it is. Right. Well, I was gonna say I was gonna say that's the other aspect of companies, is investors want to see. They want to see things come out, right? They want to see things be where they're told to be, where else, they're the ones investing. So I get it. No, I get that, right? I get all that. But timing in business, sometimes I feel like is just as important as luck or, other things, skills, whatever you want to call it. But I'm sorry, guys. I was supposed to cut off a lot earlier than this, but I didn't want to keep going all night because I do have other things I have to take care of. So in 9 minutes at 1 a.m. my time, I'm going to have to cut it off. Okay, guys? Every day the company delays means more and more money is poured into the developer and the profit margin gets narrower and narrower. No, I mean, I get that too. But the thing is, if you think about it though, if you think about it in layman's simple terms, if you put out the product based on the original planning, then you have a budget. Unless something went haywire, you stick with that budget. You stick with that timeline. And if your product lives up to your expectations, then you're going to make that profit, right? That profit margin will be there. But if you rush a product, then you're going to lose money because no one's going to buy your product. And that's what happened in this case. In the 2077 story, if it's true that people said it's rushed and people play the game, they feel like, yes, this product sucks, it's rushed. They already bought the product, right? And then word of mouth advertising, more and more people are not going to play the game. Perhaps in video games, it's not the same as collecting Transformers, because Transformers is all about word of mouth advertising. But in video games, it's just about hype. People buy the game, they pre-order the game, they get it, and then after they sold their initial 1 million copies, then people start giving bad reviews. Subsequently, they perhaps already met their quota in sales, and they'll just get less sales after that. But in Transformers world, it makes a world of a difference. If all the reviewers say this product is garbage, then almost everyone will collectively agree they won't buy that product. So they're not going to get that boom initial wave of 1 million units sold and then, hey, we made our profit, let's move on to the next product. You know what I'm saying? Things are case by case. I get that. But the thing is, in this case, they screwed it up. They didn't screw up many of the other products that they released before this though. And they guaranteed those products are almost all sold out. Seriously, they're like, if you go on the market now, you can't even get them. Yeah, exactly. They have no excuse to rush those products because their timeline dictated that was it. But why? I still never understood why they would rush that product. The only thing I could think of, from a rational perspective, was that they wanted to compete against the other companies. That's it. That was pretty much the only reason I would think that why they were rushed it. I'll give you a simple example. Like one of the characters, his name is Skywarp, right? He's purple. This character is purple and black. His gun is supposed to be purple. But when they rushed the product out, they didn't even give us the purple gun, which is iconic for that character. It turns out that the final product was black. there you go. Like, why would anybody buy that Transformer if collectors like me who are adults want it for nostalgic reasons? We're collecting because we love the cartoons as a kid. So we want to replicate that on our bookshelf or whatever display case that people use. And not having that purple iconic gun, it makes a big difference in people's minds. And of course, I will buy the other companies now because the other companies offer me something that is more a better representation of, you know, what I would have spent the money on. So, but the thing is, I don't like the other company anyways. So for me, I just don't have a newer version of this character, which I'm okay with right now, right? Because I'm not thinking too much about it. But we were just on the topic conversation, and I just kind of wanted to use that as I just wanted to use that as my personal example. Yeah. And that's kind of like the issue right now, is that the third parties are destroying the official. But right now, it seems like the third party is losing that grip because they're running out of things to do. It kind of makes me sad though, because I hope it never ends. You know, I hope they keep putting out good products. As a collector, you always wish that they all put out good products. Because at the end of the day, the true winners are the consumers. And I hope War Divisions, you know, I mean, Japanese people are very good and they're very savvy people, right? They're very good at making good decisions. And if they do make a bad decision, it usually doesn't end well for people in Japan, you know? So I feel like honestly though, they've done a good job for War of Divisions for the most part. I personally have no complaints. Like, the complaints that I had were months ago. I'm very content with where the game is right now, right? You know, I think it's also unfair though for me to say my point of view is because I spend money on this game. You know what I'm saying? Like, you do have that luxury that if you're a spender, which many of you guys in stream are also spenders, you know that we have a much easier time in playing this game compared to games if we were just truly going all out on free to play. Oh yeah, I know about Konami and their crappy ass decision making, you know. Senpuku to regain clan honor is a bit much. Yeah, it is. But that's the samurai way, right? You know? Sega did make some bad moves. Sega did make some bad moves, you know. I think if they didn't make some of the mistakes that they made, they will probably still be competing in the market today. And I think that brings to the next point. I think Nintendo is just evil though, because Nintendo knows they win, but they can afford to put out really garbage items and garbage product, and people will still suck it up. And I think that's right there. That's bad too, right? There's the other end of the spectrum, like they're like abusing their power, as you will. I think maybe that's kind of the same thing what Square is doing. Like, I feel like Square has such a good reputation with products they put out over the years. They think maybe they're like, we can make some shoddy moves in the mobile market and we can get away with it because they have pretty good reputation overall. I hope that's not the case too, you know? I like how this stream has completely like switched in terms of you know, things. My mouth is so dry right now from talking. Okay, one more run. I think I only have time for one more run. You guys obviously are gonna keep going because, oh man, nice 4. I'll probably have to go seek out the aid of my guild to finish farming this. That might be a possibility, man. That might be a possibility. Squaresoft versus Square Enix, yeah. I used to love Squaresoft. But then again, to be fair, there were no like shady things that they could have done back in the days. I think the mobile market allows for people to do shady things. I'm not being rude, I'm just checking out something here real quick. Are you gonna be busy next week, Ben? This will be my last run also. I need to do something after this. Thanks for the hosting. Yeah, thank you, Ben. Alright, I'll hit you up. I'll hit you up on Discord next week, and I'll hit up some guildies and maybe people in Thick Thigh Saves Lives. We need to farm this up. I need to find some time to farm this up because I don't feel like just autoing it all day long. I want to make sure I get my 63 copies. Okay, Kendra, thank you though. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you're not at the same time zone as me, because that's only 3 hours. Man, you're going all out on this armor, huh? Are you going all barriers? Oh, I see. So you want 2 barriers, right? I don't think shield is a bad thing if you already build a shield. But what do you mean you built one by accident? You can just dismantle it and get everything back except the recipe, which should be easy to farm. I think you should just dismantle it then. Why even bother? I mean, are you going for +5s? If you're going for +5, why don't you just dismantle it and you get 2 +4s, and the only thing you lose is 1 recipe. I think I'm going for barrier as well, simply because I think that a little bit defense doesn't really help much. I don't know if I'm going out for 2. I think I'm gonna go for 1. In PvP, there's only a slot for 3 units. So building 3 is kind of moot point if you already have other things. And chances are in arena, if you're targeting slash, it's not that hard. And then if you're in guild wars, you can't predict it anyways, right? So it's moot point. So stacking on the same outfit 3-4 times, it's only a good investment if you really have issues with PvE or something. I think Kane is really good, but I think Super Stern is really, really good too. I think they're both really good. I think Tower isn't really that big of a deal though. You can essentially conquer Tower with minimum. Like on my free-to-play account, I completely conquered Tower last time. I ran it 3 times, no issues. So you definitely don't need a whole lot. You just need to make sure you have 5 badass dudes. That's it. 5 badass dudes with 5 badass sets of gear. That's it. But, you know, if you got the time to do it, man, more power to you, Red. I'm gonna try to get 1 set and see what I can get for the second, but I ain't worried too much about it. I never have, and I'm not gonna start now, you know. But either way, I'm having high hopes for 2021. So, all right, folks. I want to thank everybody for coming, and I really appreciate all the good stuff we're doing with this community. Let's keep pushing forward and build a good community for 2021 and beyond. And I want to thank everybody for a great time. I want to thank everybody for their inputs, their ideas, and all that. We're going to keep pushing every Friday for streaming. So I'll see you guys next time. And I'm going to work on a video tonight. And remember, if you guys need my Discord information, feel free to jump on any of my descriptions and the recent videos I'm doing. It has my invitation in there. Feel free to come in and hang out one of the channels. All right, until next time, take care of yourself and your loved ones. Nash Tater's out of here. Peace. Peace, guys. All right, let's feed you guys.